Partiamo già subito una bella sfrecciatina, vedo con la macchina. Questo gioco però mi fa pensare agli orsi. Vedevo il GameStop, facevano mostrare questo video di quest'auto.
Hello everyone, it is an honor to be here at Gamescom representing the incredible work of our teams around the world. We have a lot going on here in Cologne on the show floor. Right here behind me, attendees can experience the demo for the Diablo IV Vessel of Hatred expansion. We are also excited to be speaking with our global community here on the Xbox broadcast over the coming days. During opening night live, we shared that this is a massive year for Blizzard, particularly for World of Warcraft, the most ambitious creative endeavor for the team since the game.
Il primo l'avevo visto anche io come gioco, tutti gli altri no, ma il primo mi ricorda il titolo che non me ne ricordo proprio niente.
Game's initial release almost 20 years ago begins tomorrow, with early access kicking off for our latest expansion, The War Within. And tomorrow, Senior Game Director Ian Hazakostas and Associate Art Director Tina Wang will be sharing more about the team's work on the expansion and the role it will play in the three-part World Soul Saga. Last night, we also gave an overview of some new features coming to Diablo IV, Vessel of Hatred. And we know you have a lot...
Diablo 4 è abbastanza vecchiotto comunque, non è recente Diablo 4. Infatti questo non è tutt'altro che recente.
Of questions. So Diablo General Manager Rod Ferguson will be getting into the details of the new features coming with this expansion, and we'll share more about what's coming to Diablo Immortal. We're so excited to be here at Gamescom with Xbox and with all of you. Gaming is at its very best when we share our experiences, and on behalf of everyone at Blizzard, thank you for being a part of our legendary worlds alongside us. Now, before I go, I want to leave you with a parting gift from the Overwatch team. The origin story for our latest hero, Juno, now available in Season 12. Enjoy.
Vediamo. Blizzard present.
Flight, we're wondering why you haven't fired primary boosters yet. All systems appear optimal.
I just need a minute. It is so hard to say goodbye to the only home I've ever known.
I understand, but the colony isn't safe anymore, and our window of opportunity is closing. So let's get you on your way to your new home.
Next stop, Earth. Initiating boosters in 3, 2, 1. Control?
Our sensors indicate an external issue.
External?
Follow protocols and you'll be fine. But you have to hurry.
Bello.
Careful. I'm going to find a way to save you. All of you. I think I see the problem.
Copy that.
Okay.
Vedo che i sottotitoli sono tutti un po' in ritardo, ma tranne questo, bello come gioco.
Don't panic. You're okay.
I am definitely not okay. Why did I think I could do this?
Juno. I believe in you. You've trained for this kind of thing your whole life. You have all the tools you need.
Okay. All right.
Bello sbalza nel vuoto proprio, eh? Anzi, nel vuoto cosmico.
I have all the tools I need. Control. Problem solved.
Hear that? We're all so proud of you. I want you to live a long, happy life on Earth, sweetheart. Always remember, I love you.
I love you too, Mom. Okay, Earth. Here I come.
Unknown craft.
55 chilometri haters.
Attention, unknown craft. Halt your approach and identify yourself.
It is too late to
Sì, se scendi in quella velocità nella terra prendi altro che fuoco.
I'm coming in very hot. Who is this?
This is Overwatch. I am tracking your trajectory and will have someone meet you. For my records, where did you come from?
I am from Mars, and my name is Juno.
Questo naturalmente è un trailer dub.
In Vessel of Hatred, we travel south to Nahantu, a region with both deep ancient jungles and vast sprawling plains. It's the last stretch of land in Sanctuary's east. Ancient jungle of Hatred, we travel south to Nahantu, a region with both deep ancient...
È realistica. È qualche roba. È veramente realistica questa foresta. Incredibile come è possibile ricreare una roba del genere, magari che sono Unreal Engine.
ancient jungles and vast sprawling plains. It's the last stretch
Sembra di essere veramente dentro della foresta all'interno dei vari ambienti che stiamo vedendo in questo gioco.
of land in Sanctuary's eastern continent, and we've packed it full of experiences for every type of player. In this expansion, there's a whole lot to explore under the dark canopy of Nahantu.
Nahantu is the southernmost region of the eastern continent that Diablo 4 has been taking place in. It's the last region that we haven't visited yet so far in the game, but it is one that we've been to before
Imponente
in
proprio.
Diablo.
Vedere,
There's lots of
Yet so far
vedere una struttura così direi che è abbastanza imponente.
in the game, but it is one that we've been to before in Diablo.
There's lots of new areas. We have 6 in total. 4 of them are jungle themed, and then we have 2 that are Red Rock Canyon, but each one of them has their own unique identity. When you first arrive in Nahantu, you're in this place called Lingering Hatred. This is high treetops canopies where you're almost walking amongst the branches high above the jungle floor.
Imagine a thick canopy that the light is just barely poking through.
The whole area has been infected by this thing called the Hollows infestation. The Hollows are a new enemy that's
Assolutamente tutte queste persone che stanno raccontando le storie dei vari personaggi sono proprio quelli che quello che lo hanno creato.
associated with Mephisto. They themselves are kind of like a tar-like substance creature born straight out of the depths of
Beh, così fa anche un po' impressione,
hell.
It feels a little twisted.
Capito, il capolino. Fa veramente impressione, altro che la testa tagliata, mozzata a metà. Oh.
There's a sickness to the area itself.
Humans have ventured into this deep part of the jungle where there's all this poisonous plants and flora. The dregs actually started experimenting with eating these hallucinogens, and it put them into this aggressive psycho rage.
The dregs were pretty fun because we were able to push more variety in the monster family. You have one of these tall dregs and then half of a body of another dreg on top of it, kind of controlling.
Però dobbiamo anche dire da come li senti parlare, hanno molta passione su quello che
And telling it where to go and tossing poisonous bombs at the player. When you come across it, it's very memorable.
And then we've also got the area of Tenganse, where you've got the Tenganse Plateau, which is full of these red-rocked plateaus and canyons.
Imagine getting up above the land. Those gigantic walls have pockets inside where monsters could live. It offered up a lot of opportunity to bring back a monster family like the Lucunai.
We're bringing them back in a new way here as a fully fleshed out monster family with multiple classes.
What a more brute force looks like, what a caster looks like. They are very much apex predators, and we're definitely in their territory. And then there's a little sub-area called the Skittering Earth.
The name alone makes your skin crawl.
And it's bug infested, and you can see how the bugs have destroyed the jungles and kind of input their influence on it. Within the Field of Giants, you have these giant corpses of these long-dead demons that humans have begun to mine away at for their resources. While they've got a lot of use out of them, they're also toxic to the land around it.
The notion of massive demons walking sanctuary 1,000 years ago is really thought-provoking.
Plateau's also got just this beautiful color scheme to the lighting. It's really lovely to be there. And then horrific at the same time, you know, it's great.
The mercenaries in Vessel of Hatred are a group of people who we like to describe as ordinary people with extraordinary skills. They have the same level of will to fight against the demons of hell.
And there's 4 mercs that you can collect over the course of the campaign. It starts with Rahir, a blacksmith and a shield bearer, is more a defensive fighter.
He's able to go in there and soak up damage, use his shield as a bulwark against the enemy.
You meet him early on in the campaign, and he's one who introduces you to the mercenary network. You end up finding acquisition quests for 3 other mercs that you can find throughout the course of the story.
Subo, the drunken archer, is going to work really well for people who want someone who's out of the main melee, in the back, offering utility and that kind of range support.
Then we have Ariana, a berserker crone, who's a melee combat fighter, close range. She's got a really cool combat meter, a massacre meter, where you need to keep killing enemies to get the meter to be filled.
She's got a bunch of really interesting utility skills that you can kind of build in.
Finally, we have the demon child Aldkin, who's a magic user who can transform himself from human form to demon form and join you in combat.
There's this really great reinforcement ability where you can take one of the mercenary skills and attach it to one of your powers so that when you use that skill, it calls them in to do a specific skill.
With the mercenaries for Vessel of Hatred, one of the things we are expanding on is the skill tree. For Diablo 3, you had a very basic type of mercenary, but this time you can actually push a little bit more into the skill tree and make the mercenary the way you would want to play.
Going through each mercenary progression arc and outfitting their skill tree so that it's complementary to your character build, I think that's what...
È interessante anche come sono entrati molto particolari in questo videogioco.
The fun in the mercenary system really lies.
The Dark Citadel is a new in-game feature that's come...
Facendo anche mostrare il pannello, il pannello dove trovano i vari elementi, che cosa poi anche servono nei vari elementi del videogioco. Completo questa, c'è qualcosa di più rispetto a un classico trailer. Magari mostri il gioco un po' come è fatto e poi dopo magari mostri la data di uscita, cose così. Vedono questi di eventi.
Coming in Vessel of Hatred. It's an entirely cooperative player experience. All the mechanics within it are based around you working together with your party members to solve the challenges and face the first Khazra hordes within.
Qua si vede proprio all'interno proprio come il personaggio gioca. Letteralmente qui il personaggio come sta giocando.
One of the outcomes of the Mage Wars is this giant crater and all the souls that were kind of lost in it from those wars.
The goal of the first Khazra, who are kind of the original Khazra, they're using the powers within the citadel found within this crater to perform experiments to try and bring back their dark god.
Only recently, people have started going missing. They head into the Khazra region, they disappear, never to be seen again. So it's clear that whatever they're planning is about to come to fruition, and your job as the players to get in there and stop it.
Citadels are a place where we take what is the best part of Diablo, combat, and we test it in a different way, which is...
Il combattimento nel mondo di Diablo, quanto vedo, è la base proprio del gioco.
Adding in cooperative mechanics that you have to manage on top of that.
For example, a boss has an attack, and as a player, you have to collect an item that allows you to reflect the attack back at him. So there's a little bit of a Twitch level mechanic there where you actually have to time your reaction shot. What's interesting about it is when you get multiple people in there, we're each responsible for reflecting that shot once, so we all have to sort of master the timing of that move. You can't do that kind of thing without coordinating as a team, and that's sort of the example of what Citadel gameplay feels like.
When designing the Citadel, we designed a lot of really cool bosses. And so one of the things that we did is we took that design...
Beh, certo, anche il design non è male.
And made like armor sets for each of the classes. That way you feel like you took their armor and you feel like you're wearing a little bit of them after your victory.
We also have a currency that's dedicated to...
Guardate qua come si vedono bene i vari cosi come scroll off, contadin, lobby, insomma, anche solo scrolls off, forgin. Qui ce ne sono sicuramente molte altre, però qui all'interno ho messo anche la spiegazione che si può usare per restaurare il 30% di drop. Non capisco.
Citadel, where as you play through, a vendor can be interacted with to buy custom cosmetics that are unique to the Citadel. You can play with 2 people, but the ideal experience is for 4. In order to facilitate that, we've built an all-new Party Finder feature, and the community has been pretty vocal about wanting this for a long time. It made a lot of sense to us to pair it with this new Citadel mode.
It really is an activity that's geared towards people who love to play together with their friends or with strangers and enjoy that cooperative gameplay. I cannot wait for players to get into the world. I'm really just excited for people to see all the little hidden storytelling elements that the team has fit in.
There's interesting things to find and see and discover around every corner, and it's just a really great experience getting to explore Nahantu.
Yeah.
unspeakable horrors that you are fighting.
Our boss experiences aren't something that
Questo ovviamente è un altro tipo di
Are
gioco.
giving players this heightened sense of horror.
We have to deliver the
Ah no, è
player
sempre
with
Diablo.
experience that they're the hero.
I think the spectrum of bosses that we have definitely hit everybody's personal horror stories.
So we're like 50 bosses now. Some of our bosses in Immortal are incredibly deadly. And we're really proud to be able to actually have the ability to bring Diablo.
I boss nei videogiochi è proprio una roba veramente da avere molta pazienza. Comunque i boss per affrontarli bene dovresti avere tutto l'armamento pronto al massimo perché sono i pezzi più forti del gioco, il boss.
Back into our universe.
Everything that Diablo does, everything that Diablo says needs to be unnerving, terrifying.
It is going to be a very, very difficult battle.
The music changes, the environment changes.
È sgretolato come...
Fight for your life.
The process of designing a Diablo boss is usually quite organic.
It really depends on the boss. Sometimes it starts with a cool mechanical idea. Sometimes it starts with kind of a narrative germ.
The story team is going to have a lot of say in terms of like, what is the fiction behind the boss? And so what is the feel behind the boss?
In some zones, we are going to lavish incredible build-up on a boss, especially the final boss. In Tristram Cathedral, before you fight Albrecht, the first Shardborn, there's a whole quest line that has you exploring the ruins of Leoric Manor and learning about his past. And so at the end, when you face him, there's this context and kind of a richness to the things that he is saying to you.
Your flesh will hush the voices.
That if you are paying attention to the dialogue, will maybe resonate a little bit more emotionally.
Do you see how much stronger?
Anche i simboli esoterici. Ah, questa no.
I become.
Once they have the mechanics down and how they feel the battle should go, then they get all that together and then it gets passed off to art.
When it comes to designing a Diablo boss, there definitely is a long list.
Naturalmente la segnale che abbiamo visto era per le meccaniche, questa invece è di più del design del gioco.
Visual elements
E giustamente anche l'occhio vuole la sua parte quando noi giochiamo.
that we go to: spikes, demon horns, rotten skin, decaying skin, burnt skin, different diseased skin. How do we stretch the skin out to make it look really uncomfortable? We take different parts of the body and then we twist them in very uncomfortable, awkward ways.
Inquietanti però, eh? Mi piace questo genere anche un po' horror, veramente inquietanti. Meno male che è solo un gioco.
We love using different humanoid bodies and then almost...
No, questo fa schifo completamente. Questo fa schifo completamente.
Putting them together. The intention in creating Diablo bosses is to instill a general feeling of unease. So if it starts to feel like we have pushed it too hard, that's usually the comfort spots.
Gli umanoidi fanno abbastanza cagare, gli umanoidi.
Have so many different representations of evil and horror, so no matter who you are, no matter where you're from, you can always bet that there is something in our game that is going to terrify you.
So we have many different kinds of bosses in Diablo Immortal. Bosses that are almost too big for the level. They're not mobile. You only see the top half of their bodies. We have tanks where the main goal is to just get this big, giant hunk of tanks where...
Sto coso sputa veleno in tutto il suo corpo.
The main goal is to just get this big, giant hunk of meat and beat it up until it dies. We have co-op bosses that are, better with friends, working together as a team to really take on these puzzles that the bosses present. And then we have mind-bending bosses that really change the way you play the game, what your perception is of the boss. But my favorite boss in the game is the Butcher.
Bringing the Butcher into Diablo Immortal was quite a journey for us because it is such a beloved character in the Diablo lore.
You know, when I was playing Diablo 1 for the first time, there was this shock associated with encountering the Butcher. You open the door, he steps out, he's cleaving you very, very fast. You're like, I've never seen anything like this before. What the hell is happening? I'm dead.
We wanted the Butcher to be the real Butcher from the first Diablo. So it was kind of like, how do we bring him into our game? And what can we make more special about this particular encounter?
Our Butcher is super intimidating. He's a gigantic boss, towering above the player.
This is the Butcher that was basically too angry to die. He's just shoving his guts back in. He's got the chain that he throws. He's got the rush, he's got the fire coming out of the ground, and it's just a fun, nostalgic fight. We've been building towards this encounter with Diablo since the launch of the game.
Diablo is the Lord of Terror. His food and drink is the fear of other beings.
He has this very recognizable silhouettes with his giant horns on his head and also down his back. He has this very intimidating smile that is signature to Diablo.
Diablo having a World Stone shard means he's entering the nuclear age. He is now walking around with a weapon of mass destruction to bend reality, to perhaps create new realities.
The whole team is excited. It's electric. Getting to bring back Big Red and then unleash him, not just on one boss fight, but on an entire zone, on Sanctuary itself.
This Diablo is going to deliver a very epic experience, as good as any other Diablo games.
It's going to be the best Diablo ever. I said it here first.
It is going to be possibly the most difficult battle in the game ever.
Oh.
Welcome to the gameplay commentary of our new game, Lonely Mountain Snowriders, which is the spiritual successor to Lonely Mountains Downhill. It's a skiing game in which players need to find their own way down the mountains in a wild and beautiful mountainscape. Our most important new features are a real-time online multiplayer in which up to 8 players can play cooperatively or in a competition, as well as a new trick system that allows you to pull off awesome-looking flips, spins, grabs, or super cool combinations of them all. We focused a lot of the development time on the controls and to make the feeling of carving down the slopes as smooth and fun as possible. Skiing is all about using the terrain in your favor. You need to gain the maximum momentum to do the longest jumps and use the best shortcuts. On top of that, you can also do tricks, ride backwards, or cross rivers and icy lakes. The game features 4 different game modes. The online multiplayer racing mode is all about crossing the finish line first, while in the team mode, you and your team members have to ride and do tricks together to ramp up the highest score and beat all the challenges. You can also pick each other up after a crash and place checkpoints as a group.
Sembra molto più realistic cosa rispetto ovviamente a Diablo. Diablo è più fantasia, questo mi sembra più una roba ambientata nella realtà. Come tipo di gioco, visto così, sciatori, la neve, gli effetti, come si muove, come si muoverebbe anche la neve.
In the solo mode, you have to beat challenges to unlock new mountains and trails. You can also try to reach the top of the leaderboards, or beat your own ghosts. This is the mode that will be most familiar to players of our previous game. And last but not least, there's the new Zen mode. Here you can ride all trails
L'unica
without
parte un po' più di fantasia sono naturalmente la costruzione delle montagne.
any kind of pressure and freely explore the mountains to find secret spots or just enjoy the beautiful landscape. Whether you're playing multi or single player, you will gain experience to level up your profile, unlock new ski types and trick poses, and a large variety of customization items. Thank you for taking the time to watch this video.
I like it. I'm a cut loose if I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it. I'm not the carbon copy. I'm the original. I'm dropping these like heartbeats. I like it. I like it. Like it. Like it. I like it. If it's got speed, I'm driving. I'm just sitting island. I like it. I like it.
So, as we go, if you want to talk us through this gameplay, so we can know what we've got coming up.
Yeah. I'll take this part. So,
Sembra un po' pericolante, però messo sotto dei blocchi di cemento così, nelle pietre. Non sopra la parete dove passa cavi di corrente.
here the player is doing his first quest, and he got a scanner, a device. Player at this point doesn't know a lot about how it works and what it's for. He just gets information that it somehow recharges an artifact that's put it inside it, and that if it got successful, it's gonna bring a lot of let's say money. Yeah. Maybe something else. So at this point, player don't know what is the goal of the character, why he's doing it, and he's learning the story about your character also by doing this quest line.
Because this is actually the bit that they've got on the show floor here, isn't it? At the start of the game. Because I had so much fun. I get what you mean as well when you're just trying to discover what exactly it does, and the storyline sets that up. But what about the combat in the game as well? Because we can kind of see our first fight here.
Yeah. So it's a group of bandits. They were resting just nearby in their camp and doing their cheeky-breaky stuff. And then they saw that something happened. A wall was destroyed with a huge noise. They just turned up, going to see what's happening, and found you, a player, and
it's amazing as well, because I found myself when I was playing this, I was like the flashlight turning on and off, and like you can also like lean around corners, can't you, to kind of like engage fights from like a bit of cover.
Yeah, so it's very important in this game to have a proper tactics. You should hide a lot, you should use your medkits, you should survive grenades.
Però un po' di trapani il sedere. Tanto non ha più neanche la vita, mi sa, quell'uomo.
For tactics, you should hide a lot, you should use your medkits, you should survive grenades, because AI is very pushing and challenging. Yeah. They're trying to outcome you, to go from other side, and it's pretty stressful. So it's a first fight. It's a very simple fight against 3 bandits, but as from what we can see, it's often lead you to several deaths.
It's very unforgiving as well. And we just see as well, I found that it's like a big part of the game is like looting. So what kind of things should people be looking out for when they're looting?
Yeah, so the part of the game, so while we are fighting, we are losing our resources, consumables, food, ammo, and after the fight finished, we have to get through the dead bodies' pockets to find some ammunition, maybe loot their camp to restore journeys, because they can bring like hundreds of thousands of kilograms. They have to make some stashes for there, and players sometimes find them, and it's often rewardable, and often it's very rewardable, because you can get a huge equipment boost by just going to some building you didn't expect to find anything there, but it could be there.
That's what I found. I found myself like an assault rifle when I just had a pistol to start with. I was like exploring buildings and found that. But the game also, it looks amazing.
Yeah, this is the start of a next fight. The player, we have some stealth mechanics.
Yeah.
So it's not very as you used to have a stealth in the game. It doesn't offer.
Questi sembrano un po' degli addestramenti militari, come si muovono all'interno del gioco.
For you, like, ability to be invisible for enemies. No, they will see you and shoot you, but at least it allows you to get slightly closer, to find better position to start the fight, and or maybe to initiate the fight with a grenade, so it would be easier for you, and then the fight is pretty challenging.
Yeah.
And you have to watch your hit points and your state, because you can get bleeding, and you have to use a bandage to stop this bleeding, because it's gonna last for long, and you're gonna lose a lot of hit points if you not stop and use the bandages.
Yeah, because you have multiple ways of healing, don't you? You've got like the bandages to stop the bleeding, but there's like different types of med kits that you can find as well.
You can have a regular med kits, medical med kits, and an army med kit.
Yeah.
And they provide additional boosts, but mostly it's restoring the hit points. But also, if you are not in the fight and you just needed to recover a small portion of health, you can just eat, and it will also bring you a small portion of hit points.
See, that's what I loved as well. I found like there's so much resource management that you have to like pay attention to as Stalker, which really gives you a different challenge. So it's like you said, if you don't eat, you're going to perform worse in gunfights.
Yeah, so you have to watch about your state, just like you're watching about yourself. So we try to bring this simulation or atmosphere as you being the real human that goes to Chernobyl exclusion area with your backpack, with some food, and you just have to do the same things to survive in the game as in life, because you have to eat, you have to sleep, you have to like you fall, you broke your leg, you have to use some medkits to survive this, and that's what we are doing here.
Yeah, no, I honestly, like, it's one of those things. I'd recommend it to anyone. If you haven't had the chance to just play the original Stalker as well, because when I got to play here, you just think and approach gunfights so differently, because there is that risk element, and some of the enemies, like, I was jumping out of my skin because there was like a camouflaged opponent that I came across in the demo here at Gamescom. And like, can you tell us a little bit more about the enemies that we're going to face?
Yeah, so the zone is inhabited by different factions. There are factions that came from the first Stalker trilogy, and there are new factions, and they have a story behind them of how they appear, what is their goals, and for the player, it would be interesting to uncover and discover these stories. And it's important to mention that from one walkthrough, the player won't know the whole story.
Yeah.
So you had to have several walkthroughs to get all these pieces together, or you could discuss it with your friend who choose some other path, and you can share the information about what you see to each other, and you uncover, oh, I didn't expect that it would happen like this.
Yeah.
So it's, for me, I find it should be interesting for people to discuss their experience with each other.
Yeah, we also saw just beforehand, right, we can actually see the scan
with each other.
Non so cosa possa centrare questa immagine contro il gioco. Che suona uno strumento che neanche conosco. Questa mantella.
Yeah, we also saw just beforehand, right, we can actually see the scanner going on right now. Can you talk us through this?
It's echo scanner. It's a simple scanner. You just beep and the faster it beeps, the nearest is an artifact.
Yeah.
You can collect an artifact just by using scanner, and at this point, player face that Bloodsucker is a canonical enemy in Stalker series. He has an ability to become invisible for player, and we found that from the feedback of the players and from what we see that he's doing quite challenging thing for the players, and but also it's very rewarding because when you start playing the game and you start facing some challenge for the first time, you may die, second time you may die, but after it becomes easier for you, and at some point you become master of the game.
Yep.
Everything is easy for you, but it takes time to learn the game.
This terrified me. Like, honestly, I was there going like, wait, at first I was like, what's attacking me? And I was like, how do I counter this? And I was like, suddenly realized I was a camouflaged opponent attacking me. It's like, I love that in this game though, is there are so many challenging enemy like components. Whether you're fighting bandits, whether you're like fighting challenging enemies attacking me.
Ti appariva così a caso.
And I was like, suddenly realized I was a camouflaged opponent attacking me.
Avete visto in che modo è passato davanti? E tra un po' non facevi neanche in tempo a vederlo.
It's like, I love that in this game though, is there are so many challenging enemy like components.
Come si aspettava il momento che premesse il grilletto.
And then I was like looting everything. I became like a loot goblin, where I was going into every building and just trying to find as many medkits so that I could stay alive.
And there is also a lot of pieces of content just near the locations. This is not a main quest, it's often not a side quest, it's just some encounters or narrative little stories to bring you an experience of discovering this real location, real zone. And it's not a fake world, it's full of small pieces.
Yeah.
And for me, I find it very interesting to discover. Even if I know the game pretty much, still the world map is so huge. So even for me, going back to some locations make me feel, oh, I didn't expect to find it here. They bring something here also.
Stuck on a planet with nowhere to poop? The juiciest burgers in the galaxy. Burger Square. The Extreme Learning Smartbot from Hot Whiz. Radical.
I smush it down my throat.
Our new
Greetings, brave explorer. We here at Alta Interglobal would like to welcome you to our newest venture. The colonization of space. You've spent almost a century hurtling through the universe in cryosleep, ready to begin your work on this strange alien planet. Unfortunately, changing market conditions have led us to the realization that space exploration is far too costly and unpredictable, and Alta has decided to cancel all future plans in space. I regret to inform you that you have therefore been made redundant. Your final check has been sent. We thank you for your service, and we hope you eventually find a way home. Good luck.
Red. Non vedo il fuoco, però. Magari la foresta va in fiamme. Vogliamo quasi un'oretta, vado adesso. minuti, quindi che voglio. Stabile.
We need to stick together. We need to be a crew.
We're on the run from people with space guns built into their arms.
Dustborn isn't about making the big and immediate choices. It's about the little things that add up over time. The words spoken that affect relationships and moods, the decisions that stick with you and play out when you least expect them to, the actions that push your relationships in new directions.
I guess this explains why you're suddenly so eager to chase after the robots.
Oh, keeping secrets again, huh?
It's about making tough choices, about how to deal with the people in your crew, how to manage them and pull them together to do the job, and to make the compromises necessary to reach the end of the road and your own personal goals.
We'll be taking a different route north, through Liberty, Oregon. Before
Liberty? I would actually like an explanation.
I concur.
Think of the game as a way to write your own comic book as you play. Each chapter or issue starting with a new cover displaying what you're about to experience, and each of them ending with a comic splash screen. These pages present key choices made in the previous issue that could have an impact later on. Whether a dialogue line or event plays out because of a choice made by the player, an icon will appear in the top right corner of the screen, allowing you to really get a sense of what could have gone differently.
Stop it! Oh, what the hell, Pax?
What now?
Drive. In the comic splash, you'll have access to more data, such as global stats about how many other players received this particular consequence, allowing you to gauge how popular this choice was. Some choices lead to crew mood change, which can have an impact on your relationship with them, but also on their personal endings.
Are you just gonna hover?
We didn't finish our chat?
No, we were finished.
I'm worried about you, and I had more to say.
I'm sure, but I was done.
Every key crew member in the story receives one of 3 endings, or codas, based on choices made and actions taken by the player and Pax. Each coda is illustrated by a comic book style splash screen, along with unique dialogues and events reflecting each character's current status. The player can at any time access the character codex to see which coda is the current favorite.
The crew respects you. When you're unhappy, they feel it. I'll keep that in mind.
Whenever a dialogue choice or action affects a coda, the screen will display a coda emoji, along with an animation that tells the player how important this choice was. It'll be up to you to decide how the road trip goes and how your relationships will evolve. Will Noam break away from their on-again, off-again relationship with Pax, or embrace it? Will Theo loosen up with the crew, or favor his boss status? Will Ziggy resolve her sister issues with Pax? Discover how it all unfolds in Dustborn. Available now.
What's the name of your band?
We're the Dustborn.
Box 1.
There is a dream that haunts me. A most dreadful nightmare, truly.
Quello che stiamo praticamente adesso vedendo è
It tears at me.
una serie di giochi
A fortress of stone.
che hanno creato quei signori che avevo visto prima, che sono per lo pigliato veramente a riassumere.
Is now slowly crumbling into ruin. The land caught in a perpetual autumn yields to decay. A futile sacrifice remains ensnared deep within the halls of the south.
Il castello medievale.
A shield, now weakened and cracked by time, fails to protect my people. A profound betrayal has befallen those most loyal, yielding only despair. I am left paralyzed, powerless. Not more than a my people, my legacy. Everything is collapsing. They hailed me as the once and future king. Only now do I understand the horror of that title.
Coming soon. Serie XS 2021. Ah, questo è un altro gioco ancora.
It's one of my favorite massive open world space adventures, and it's just got its first ever expansion coming up. Here with more on Starfield Shattered Space, please welcome lead creative producer Tim Lamb. Hi Tim, how are you?
I'm doing fantastic. Nice to meet you, Bex.
Awesome, it's lovely to speak to you today. So let's chat
Oh,
opening night
Shattered
live.
Space.
We had a really fun look at a very vibey trailer about some
Ovviamente
vehicles. Could
lui ha
you tell us a bit
tutto
more about that?
Starfield. Non credo
I
da solo
can.
perché è
So
abbastanza
we
grosso
released the Rev 8.
Starfield.
Super excited.
Che
The
sarà
team is so happy
sicuramente
to have this
production
new element that
Starfield.
adds to planet exploration in the game. So, you know, we have these dynamic worlds with, you know, dense terrain,
Farà parte
lots of
sicuramente
very
per
interesting
un'azienda perché non puoi costruirti da
obstacles,
solo
and like
il
now
genere.
those worlds are
Troppo
our
grosso.
playground to drive around on.
Heck yeah.
We have a lot of, in navigating that, we have
Solo
vertical
un team
boost, forward boost, we have
era
a
creare una roba
weapon
del
on
genere.
there. It's like a lot of different minute to minute, just like fantastic gameplay opportunities for players.
Yeah, super exciting. And Vasco looked like he was having a good time
Yeah,
as well in the
yes,
back there.
yes,
Love
yes.
that, love that. Now, let's talk a wee bit about the story in Shattered Space. It's very dark and mysterious. Could you tell me and everyone watching a little bit more about the story?
Yeah, so I think there's a hopeful optimism in the giant sprawling adventure of Starfield. You go to a lot of different locations, you meet a lot of different types of people, the cast of characters there, and Shattered Space, that tone, that mood, we were able to sort of distill it down and focus it into a location in the game around Dazra City. So like we get to meet that new House Faroon, the people there. There's a moment of strife that they had. We get to experience that with them now.
Yeah, they sounded a bit intriguing, shall we say, in the footage that we saw last night. So can you tell us a wee bit more about the House of Varun and kind of who we'll be coming across?
So I don't want to, no spoilers.
Sure.
You encounter a derelict star station, and this starts you on your adventure to meeting the Varun. You end up in their home world, Varun Kai, in the city of Dazra. There's been a catastrophic event. You deal with the minor houses of the faction of House Faroon to sort of uncover the mystery of what happened, and then, you know, resolve it as you do as a player.
Nice.
There's lots of choices in there for you.
Okay, very interested to find out what that story kind of leads us on to as well. Very good. Along with that story that we've been chatting about, there are some new game features as well as a huge new planet that we can explore. Could you tell us a bit more about those too?
So we have the city of Dazra. We focused, all of our effort has really been focused on the area around the city. So I think the beauty of it is that there's exploration, that you can find nooks and crannies in the game or little secret discoveries or locations you feel like I know I'm coming back here.
Fantastico, veramente. È un fantastico gioco Starfield.
So there's like an excitement there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm so excited about it.
Yeah. Oh, so excited as well. I mean, even in the trailer, we saw kind of a very summery, beachy vibe cruising around on our Rev 8 too. Have you taken it for a spin?
I have, no, I do. And I think Shattered Space is like a fantastic playground for it. Now, you can take the Rev 8 to any planet.
Yeah.
You can take it into Varun Kai, Varun's homeworld, and drive it there as well. But like we support, I think that's one of the great things about our games is we always support any type of play style. So it's like you can play with it, you can play without it, you can take it to Varun Kai, you cannot take it there.
Sounds amazing.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll definitely be taking it for a spin as well when Shattered Space releases too. Was there anything else that you wanted to chat to us about for Starfield Shattered Space?
Naturalmente su Starfield quello che hai appena detto lei c'entrano tantissimo, perché comunque il gioco è basato su spazio, sulla luna, su quelle cose lì, non sul pianeta Terra. Infatti, lo shuttle, tipologie di cose, Starfield. E vabbè, i robot, un po' di scienza. Unreal Engine.
Hello everyone, I'm Marco Rizzo, Product Manager of Dragon Ball Sparking Zero. Thank you for joining us
Marco
today
Rizzo,
in this
nome
exciting
italianissimo.
showcase. Today we will show you some new and exciting gameplay footage featuring characters that we have revealed during the opening night live. But before that, let me give you a reminder on the 2 single-player game modes that Dragon Ball Sparking Zero has to offer.
E Dragon Ball
Episode
sia stato
battles and
realizzato
custom
da un'azienda
battles.
italiana è già una bella roba. Dragon Ball Zero.
First up is Episode Battle. In this single-player mode, you can take the point of view of 8 different characters, including Goku and Vegeta, and enjoy famous battles from the anime. For each stage, you'll be playing through an introduction before heading into some of the most iconic fights in Dragon Ball Z and Dragon Ball Super. The number of stages and battles vary by character.
We're here to take you down. Simple as that.
Next up is Custom Battle. In this mode, players fight in battles that each have their own original scenes. Some battles will also have different victory condition, and some might even have event cutscenes pop up midway, so you'll be able to enjoy battles different from the norm. Using Edit mode, you'll be able to freely set the characters to be
Sembra
played,
molto
as well as
scolastico
the pre-battle
come
and
inglese.
post-battle cutscenes, in order to make your own original battle.
A metterci
What
anche
you've made will
soprattutto
be
in
able to be
inglese.
uploaded and viewed online for the whole world to play, so hope you enjoy sharing the battles and situations that you have created. Now, the moment you've been waiting for. Coming straight from the Majin Buu saga, Ultimate Gohan is our latest addition to the roster. After his rigorous training, he is ready to show his power in an all-out fight against Kefla in her Super Saiyan 2 form. Enjoy!
Fanno troppo ricordare però i cartoni animati e Dragon Ball, cioè vedere e tirano sul potere. Troppo all'italiano, però la voce è molto giapponese. Manca più tanto, sono già 43. Ore 43. 10 minuti. Musica sto cazzo. Ottobre 2024. Banca di nuovo.
Now, there is nothing like enhancing a classic with modern graphics and gameplay mechanics. And if that classic feature can feature, new expansions and a remastering of the multiplayer experience, well, in my eyes, it's even better. So here from World's Edge even, to give us the latest on Age of Mythology Retold, please welcome Senior Director of Production, Ernest Yen, and Senior Game Designer, Kristen Perillo. Welcome and prostagma to you. Thank you so much. Now, Age of Mythology, there's loads going on here at Gamescom.
Yes.
In general, there's loads going on anyway. But you also had a pretty epic opening night live. So I want to hear all about that. I want to hear all about the booth. I want to hear everything.
Great. So first, thank you, Jeff Keighley, for showing the awesome premiere trailer that we just showing in opening the live last night. And you showed the story of Athena talking to the young hero, and in this case, one of them is of course the key characters, Acanthos, and about this really, really epic story that a lot of our fans remember really fondly. So over multiple campaigns, over 50 missions, it is epic, amazing, and of course the trailer also show off the new graphics we have in the game, looking really pretty. It is just really cool to see. So.
Yeah, and the trailer's been fantastic because it really showcases how diverse each civilization is within myth.
Yeah.
We have our Greeks, we have Egyptians, Norse, and Atlantean. They all have their own gods, their lore, the way that they play. And there's just so much diversity within the gameplay. It's been really exciting.
And talking about the booth, yes, we are here, so people can actually come.
You're just over the back, over there. You're tucked away over that
right
way.
there.
If anyone's planning on coming tomorrow, just over there.
And if you come, you can get these awesome lightning bolts, and also take pictures. So that's really, really cool. And by the way, this is not the only thing that we have here. So on top of Age of Mythology Retold, we also recently announced Age of Empires Mobile. And then, if you come by the booth, you can get this awesome pop socket. It's amazing. So highly recommend.
I'm going to be first in the queue to get one of those as soon as possible.
It's so cool. And the game is actually, we just announced that it's going to be available globally on October 17th. So it's a very different, very new experience that we're expanding Age of Empires to the mobile audience. So it's a game built with the awesome Team Studio Group, and they have crafted something that's amazing for the mobile gamers.
Oh, how exciting. I can't wait to see it. Amazing. Right, so I know you have more news to come as we're talking here today, but the first thing I want to talk about is that this is more of it's more than a remastering, but it's different to a sequel, right? So I don't know, what in the name of gods does Retold actually mean?
Right. So for a few years now, our fans know we have been building these things called definitive editions. And there's one key goal that we have, which is we want to build the title that's in your head, right? Not because when you actually think about the games that you grew up with and play, you remember fondly, and so it's amazing, right?
Yeah.
So, but when you actually try to play the original for real and look at it and say that's not what I remember at all. So we want to build the one that's actually in your head and how it looks like, how it feels like. So that's the goal. So, and yeah, really want to thank the fans for supporting us for so long for all the different editions. But for Retold, Age of Mythology Retold, we are going beyond what we have done in different editions. So on top of all the graphics and all the gameplay from the original, we actually tweak it and added a bunch of new things to it as well, and it is just amazing. So
yeah, I mean, from the design side, from the get-go, we really asked ourselves, how can we maximize our mythology? And so we've got reusable god powers, which you can actually see. We've got our you know, approachability features like our VPS we brought in from other titles. We've got, you know, a more favor-based economy, so you can build more monsters, and our population cap is much higher now. So not only can you build more monsters, you can just build more of everything.
You add me at more monsters, I'll stop you there. It feels like a love letter, really. Everything you've learned so far, you're bringing back, and I love the idea of taking out what you see in your head and then making that version of the game. I think it's absolutely wonderful. So you mentioned a little bit about god powers, actually. I heard we have our very own gods wandering around at Gamescom, by the way, while we're on the subject.
Yes, we have invited them to the booth, so you also can actually see them. We have Athena and Zeus here in our booth, so come by, see them. Like, you can see them on screen like that.
Zeus is loose.
Goodness me, where did you find that?
They are amazing. That is so cool.
Oh,
Zeus.
me.
Please come by. It takes a lot of work for us to invite them to the booth. So
a lot of convincing.
a lot of convincing.
Beautiful, awesome. Okay, back to the game now. Sorry, tangent. So seeing the gameplay that we just saw just then, it's really clear that the team has been hard at work on the visuals. I think you both mentioned it already.
Yes.
So what can we expect? What exactly does that mean?
So for graphics, we actually have redone every single graphics that you actually see in the game. So like every single 3D asset, every single animations, like effects, all of them are completely rebuilt. So just for this game. And it's amazing. The team did really, really good work. But we want to make sure that you also keep the flavor of the original.
Of course,
because again, we want to build a game that people remember.
Yeah.
So it's really, really good.
Yeah, I mean, it has been a labor of love. I will say that much. Yeah, so we've gone asset by asset. And we've just made overall improvements. We wanted everything to look and feel mythical. And so we have, you know, our destruction effects. We support ray tracing. But like Ernest had said earlier, you know, sometimes when we've gone back and look at these assets in 2024, we realized that we had an image in our head that was very different than blurry pixels, you know, wrapped around a sphere. And so we had a lot of philosophical discussions because, you know, the dev team were all major fans of the original. So, I mean, Arcantus was a big one where we were like, would he have a dimple? Or would his chin be more square? Would he have?
I want to be in those meetings, please.
They have been really fun. You know, it's part Rorschach test looking at some of the assets, and then it's like labor of love, and it, you know, it all comes together to make that game that we remember loving and playing.
Amazing. So if I've got everything right here, so Age of Mythology retold as complete visual overhaul, updated god powers, and larger-than-life myth units. Now, small enough to keep me interested, but is there anything else that you have to share?
Yes, definitely want to say that, remind people, one of the coolest thing that we have done for here is that we are releasing on PC and Xbox with crossplay, like at the same time. We have never done that with any Age games, so it is the first time we're releasing on multiple platforms at the same time. So really, really happy to be able to bring the game to not only to the keyboard and mouse player, but to controllerless players as well. Because the game people really remember, beloved it. We want everybody to be able to play together.
And you've had some fantastic versions on the console recently, so those players will absolutely join you. Now, you also have some other really exciting things to tell us today. I know I'm really gripped for this, but what can you tell us about the Freya Gods pack?
Oh, I am so excited to be able to talk about this.
Here we go.
So the Freya God pack really is kind of like a new DLC type for us. And what we really wanted to do was offer the players a new strategy type for the Norse, which is, you know, a beloved civilization from the legacy game that can sometimes be very offensive in the way that it plays. And so with our Freyr God Pack, we wanted to offer a defensive skew to it. So with the Freyr God Pack, players will be getting 4 new god types featuring Freyr, who is the god of fertility and kingship, and then 3 minor gods, as well as all the things that they come with, like their myth units and their god powers.
Wow. Oh my goodness me. That's insane, by the way. 4 new gods. Amazing. Are you able to talk us through each one? Can we do that?
Yes.
Oh, amazing. Excellent.
So we have Uller, who is the god of archery, and his myth unit is a Draugr, which you may see in the film here. The Draugr is an awesome myth unit. He's an undead archer, and his arrows can pierce multiple targets, whatever is in his line of sight. We have Aegir, who is the god of storms, and his god power, he has a horrifying hailstorm that will slow everybody down, and it's very frosty. And he is one of the best myth units, which is a rock giant, and if you upgrade him, he can eat buildings, and he will.
God, I love this game.
And our Mythic Age god is Vidar, who is the god of vengeance, very appropriate for the Mythic Age. And so his god power, he calls upon Fenrir, which is a mythological wolf. And Fenrir is interesting. He has a path of destruction. He'll light forests on fire, and the wolf comes up in a very scary, ghostly manner. And then his myth unit is actually my personal favorite, another famous character from mythology, Fafnir, who is a very greedy dragon. Everywhere he goes, he leaves like a trail of poison.
Love it.
And if you slay Fafnir on the battlefield, he actually melts into a pile of gold coins. So it's been very fun to make.
I really love how much you've fleshed out each of those. Like, yeah, that one's going to eat buildings, isn't he? Love it. So good. Wonderful.
It's amazing. Just want to do a quick reminder that Freya is going to be part of the premium edition of the game. So if you want Freya and all the both the major and minor gods, so definitely get the premium edition. And by the way, if you get the premium edition of the game, you also will be able to access the game earlier. So like the game is coming out September 4th, but like if you have the premium edition, you can start playing on August 28th, 7 days early.
Good deal to me. Love it.
Yes.
Awesome. So as well as choosing your god and battling across this frozen north, what other new content can we expect from the Freya Gods pack?
Yes, so with the Freyr God Pack, there's also a new playable level called Reagan Leaf Rally, and I won't spoil it. It's very fun. You'll get the chance to play all of the fun new myth units and god powers and techs I just mentioned. And really the best part of this level is that it does feature one of our villains from the Legacy campaign, Gargarensis, who is just a peach. And it's a great experience.
I'm stuck on Peach there. I can't wait to unpack this expansion, but I need to ask you both, Ernest, Kirsten, what dates? I know we spoke them a little bit, but let's go over it one more time so everyone's got them written on the calendar at home.
Yep, September 4th is when the game is coming out. So, but I do want to be clear that the way that we like to build our game, September 4th is really just the beginning. So we will continue to support the game, we'll continue to do updates, balance, listen to consumer feedback, and honestly, our players are amazing. They give us really good feedback, and then we can continue to improve the game.
Yeah, and part of that is, we have 2 new Pantheons coming with playable civilizations, and then we also have a new game mode, Arena of the Gods, which we're excited to talk about soon.
Ooh, how exciting. Well, thank you both so much for joining me. It's been an absolute pleasure. I'm going to make sure I get the pop socket. I'm going to make sure I get whatever these things you're wearing. I'm going to hunt you down. I'm going to get them. So thank you so much for stopping by. There are loads more Age of Mythology stuff going on for all types of gamers. But first things first, as Erson said, if you haven't already, make sure you pre-order Age of Mythology Retold Premium Edition to get the Freya Gods pack, 7 days early access, and so much more. You can play early from August 28th, and that is only 1 week from today. And that, my friends, is a wrap on day 1 from the Xbox Gamescom booth here in Germany. Join us tomorrow for Star Wars Out.
Partiamo benissimo con una bella sprint di un gioco di Star Wars. Bellissimo. Cioè, non potevano partire meglio di così. Siamo qua. Guarda che qua è più da parte in po'. Va bene così.
Your lives are over. Your family, friends, gone. There's no galaxy you can hide.
You want to live? Get in with the underworld's most dangerous syndicates. And pull off the greatest heist the Outer Rim has ever seen.
L'affare spaziale, magari un giorno porteremo anche un gioco spaziale di settimana.
Amen.
Tanto poi tutte le settimane faremo un gioco magari diverso. Quindi questa futura espansione del gioco. Un dado che cammina con i piedi. La fantasia non è che mi faccia più di tanto impazzire questo stile di guida. Guarda che si vede palesemente che è un altro tipo di storia. Guardate qua la vecchietta e il tipo di gioco.
Oh, luck has finally turned.
Anyway, what you having?
Let's make this one count.
Greetings from the amazing CSUN Games, developers of the upcoming cross-platform online multiplayer game Mecha Break, launching in 2025.
Perché lo sa, magari qualche gioco lo potremmo anche portare di qui. Troviamo magari qualcuno gratis. Sicuramente faremo nel mio canale.
Let's showcase some gameplay through Mecha Break's core mode, 6 vs 6 squad missions. We'll demo the Eye of Mizra method, where the goal is to earn points by capturing and uploading launch keys. The striker we're featuring is Falcon, a lightweight mech that excels in aerial combat. Players can maneuver during their dive into the fight, controlling their landing spot at the match's start to open strategic options that can turn the tide of battle. For example, Falcon excels in aerial strikes and reconnaissance. Pilots must be agile, coordinating hit-and-run tactics with teammates while staying under the radar. We've refined combat to ensure it feels satisfying both in the air and on the ground, with each mech having unique attributes distinct from other shooters. Each striker has unique speeds, inertia handling, and specialized combat capabilities for seamless transitions between aerial and ground attacks. When implementing that, our main challenge was balancing air and ground mechs, given the varying visibility, traversal paths, and cover types across our maps. We addressed this by carefully assessing each mech's strengths and weaknesses in multiple scenarios. On the Mercury Shipyards map, the goal is
Immagino che non sia proprio così tanto sì. Benvenuto. Non immagino che proprio sia così tanto semplice studiare questa tipologia di fisica da stare proprio in aria in questo modo.
move a payload to the finish line. Seizing checkpoints along the way speeds up the payload. Brace yourself to face threats from both the air and ground with your squad. Showcasing another striker, Tricera. Wielding dueling Gatling guns, Tricera is a ground-based striker that often serves as the tank for a team, boosting efficiency when pushing the payload. Tricera's Fortress Room features an anti-missile system that uniquely protects the payload or control points. Another powerful ground striker is Stego. When transformed, Stego specializes in long-range fire support as an ultra-heavy striker armed with the big guns. On the Prob Sinkhole map, the goal is to collect mining data by capturing data nodes, making teamwork and strategy essential. Panther is a brawler equipped with a powerful lance and shield booster kit. Panther's devastating charged attacks and defense capabilities make it a fearsome opponent in close combat. But Panther isn't the only brawler in Mecha Break. Be prepared to face Aleseness and Welcome, two melee machines with unique abilities that can take out enemies both at a distance and up close. The brawlers have unique finishing moves that keep the action intense. Sky Raider is a powerful and swift air attacker that can transform into a bomber to rain fire on enemy forces. The elegant yet lethal Narukami rules the battle with pinpoint
Troppo
speed and advanced
bello.
camouflage, making it almost
È bello visto così, poi bisogna vedere come sarà il gioco.
We invite you to join us on this exciting journey with Mecha Break. Stay tuned for its commercial release in 2025.
Welcome, esteemed guests, to
Questo è un
Two
altro
Point
stile
Museum's
ancora di
Coastal
gioco.
Deep Dive. The Marine Life Museum in Two Point County is, just as you'd expect, situated
Molto
along
più
the coast
chill,
and
visto
boasts a
così.
treasure trove of Wetlandian exhibits. Or at least it will do once you've hired some experts and sent them on perilous expeditions to unearth rare, but sometimes soggy, sunken treasures. Discovering and maintaining the happiness of aquatic life is also a big attraction of the Marine Life Museum. And fish have a surprising number of requirements to meet if they're to stay happy and, swimming. Guests will be wowed by the remnants of Wetlantis, and the more impressed they are, the more they will donate. The more donations means more funds to keep your facilities clean, everything nicely decorated, and vending machines well stocked.
Se contiene
Once you're
torno,
covered
raga.
Marine Life Museum, you can then hire Wetlandian experts in all your other museum locations. From there, you can grow your aquatic collection throughout your 2 Point Museum empire. Thank you for attending this coastal deep dive.
If you've ever dreamed of running your own museum or just really enjoy
Max Caulfield, the girl who could rewind time, is back.
Let's thrash,
Bello.
But when one of
Visto
her new
così è
friends,
molto
Safi
carino.
Llewellyn Fayyad, is murdered in the grounds of Caledon University, Max finds that her chaotic power has changed. Now, Max must shift back and forth to reveal the truth of her friend's murder in an attempt to save Safi before it's too late. Truth of her
È aperto, come se avesse
changed.
aperto
Now,
una
Max must
porta.
shift back and forth to reveal.
È come se avesse aperto una porta e di colpo appare questo effetto di magia. Un po' sfuocarello.
The truth of her friend's murder
Figata.
in an attempt to save Safi before it's too late. Once Max is
L'ha spostata giusto in tempo.
save Safi
Rivediamo.
before it's too late.
Giusto in tempo. Perché se aspettava ancora un attimo gli cascava in testa ad entrambi.
Once Max's new power manifests, she can send a pulse out from her fingertips at any time. While Pulse is active, she can peer through to the other world, seeing the differences between the timelines clearly. People and objects in the other timeline appear as
Figo.
dimensional echoes.
Alza la mano come un gioco che avevamo già visto prima che io partissi per l'estate. C'è Life of Strange, dà un po' quell'aspetto lì di videogioco. Anche se quello ovviamente ormai è 7-8 anni, è abbastanza vecchiotto. Questo è stato preso un po' da quello stile lì.
Allowing Max to avoid watchful eyes when shifting.
Good thing I
Solo che Life of Strange lo faceva per tornare indietro nel tempo. Life of Strange, questo qua, boh, chi lo sa. Forse anche questo, perché comunque è linee temporali, però sono oggetti di altre linee temporali. Probabilmente lo userà magari per lineare il tempo come Life of Strange. Avevo giocato, trovate tutto sul mio canale.
keep an eye on Alderman from here. Wouldn't want to show up right in front of him.
Di nuovo?
What the hell?
While Pulse shimmers around her, she can also see places where the veil between the two timelines is at its...
Sarebbe ancora più figo se facesse così, anche solo per vedere se una persona racconta balle oppure no. Ne so, se andate in un negozio, ti svelo, se sei andato in un negozio con le linee temporali. Ovviamente scherzo, raga.
thinnest. These shift points are where she can push through to the opposite timeline to help her investigation in a multitude of ways.
Però io scherzavo, però questo da quello che ha detto per l'investigazione un po' meno, mi sa.
Do you need me to hold something, or...?
Actually, yeah. I need an Allen wrench.
Got one around here?
No, I borrowed one from Carla, but I think she took it back. If you can go grab that from her, I'll owe you.
This could be to solve a puzzle, convince a character to reveal a secret, or retrieve an object lost in one timeline by borrowing it from another.
Better give this wrench to Moses.
Shift points work in both directions, so you can shift back and forth from the same spot.
So I found this guy named Alan, but he didn't know anything about a wrench.
No, Max, not literally Alan. It's... Oh. You are a lifesaver, Max. Dad joke aside.
I'll never apologize for my dad jokes.
Anche il nome è uguale. Max. Era esattamente uguale anche il nome del personaggio di Life is Strange. Probabilmente è stato preso molto da quello, perché anche i nomi sono praticamente uguali.
If you're worried about losing track of which timeline you're in, well, Max herself may get confused too.
Have you talked to Reggie since yesterday? Reggie?
Ci manca più solo che l'ambientazione sia una scuola, poi... Tac!
Wrong Loretta, Max.
In the options, you can toggle a UI indicator every time you shift, confirming the reality you've just arrived in, as well as there being visual cues such as cheery Christmas decor in the timeline where Safi is alive.
Bello.
Most
Anche
importantly, to
l'ambientazione
Max's
natalizia.
investigation, everyone you meet has an increasingly divergent duplicate in the other timeline. Depending on which timeline you're in, they'll react to Max and her probing questions very differently. A grief-sodden conversation in one timeline may unlock an unexpected heart-to-heart in the other.
Grief is hard. The trick is not to let it change your character.
Everyone at Caledon is hiding something, and Max is the only one with a viewpoint unique enough to unravel those secrets, and the determination to reach the truth at all costs.
Everybody's talking about her like she had a heart attack or a car accident. But she was murdered. Someone...
D'altronde se vi ricordate la storia che raccontava la Life is Strange, era ambientata in una scuola mentre stava apprendendo l'abilità di fare fotografia, ma non solo. Era in un college lontano dai genitori, eccetera. Tipico un po' americano, anche questo sembra molto tipico americano.
Murdered her. I don't know how we're expected to just be okay with that.
Max has never been so powerful or in so much danger. The fates of her friends and
E
two
manca più solo da
timelines are at
scoprire il
Max's
titolo.
fingertips.
Ah! No. Ho spoilerato neanche senza saperlo. Vabbè, dai. Life is Strange, Double Explorers. Avevamo giocato, sembrava molto quello stile, eh. Cioè, il fatto è che sembrava molto quello stile lì, raga. Cioè, è incredibile, è incredibile. Non l'ho riconosciuto perché la storia che avevamo visto noi era solo il primo di Life is Strange. Questo sicuramente sarà ancora di più avanti di quello che ho portato io su YouTube. Incredibile. Su YouTube perché ormai adesso è solo su YouTube. Quando? 29 ottobre 2024, quindi molto probabilmente è uno sviluppo ancora della stessa azienda, solo che la nuova Xbox serie XS PC. Sempre la stessa azienda, perché ero andato a vedere anche la tipo di azienda sul sito. Dai, proseguiamo. Questo è un altro stile, si vede. Fantastico. Questo invece fa ricordare di più una live che ho fatto io in precedenza, ancora ben prima che io partissi dalle vacanze, molto prima. Avevamo visto insieme ad ING. Quel giorno lì avevamo visto, prima che si mettesse a diluviare di brutto, quel giorno, ho dovuto staccare prima dalla live. Fa un po' ricordare quell'impressione lì, quell'ING. Mamma mia. No, ma questo è veramente troppo bello. Dovete vederlo proprio. Mi tolgo via giusto un attimo la faccia e poi dopo mi rimetto. Dovete vederlo, così com'è. Qua, via. No, ho sbagliato. Ok. Guardate. Bellissimo. Togliamo via solo qui. Vacca boia, se è bello. Colori stupefacenti. Bellissimo. Mi avrebbe già voglia di giocarlo. Vediamo poi quando esce. Adesso mi rimetto. Agosto 26.
This place is like super duper creep town, right?
Everything's still so fuzzy about what happened, but there's one thing that always just stuck in my mind.
Mamma mia, un horror. Returnal. Va bene. Return to Edition. Punti in the story.
I'm coming!
This is right where my dad came face to face with Frank Stone.
I think you're starting to see what we're up against.
Your call, Chris. Drugstore. I don't want to risk missing our chance.
Sure.
Supportato anche da Twitch.
We can check it out after. Fair enough. I don't know what I expected, but it wasn't this.
After 40 years of pain, why would you choose to live with me?
Chiedetemi che cosa c'è scritto perché alcune cose non comprendo del tutto in inglese.
You're not okay, are you? I'm sleepwalking through a
Solo
nightmare and I
qualcosina.
just can't seem to wake up.
There's no reward for me when I've done what I've got to do.
8 mm che vuol dire? 8 millisecondi?
This is insane.
I can't live like this anymore. I can't live in this nightmare. Come on, come on, come on.
It's a prison. Something far older.
What is that?
is Frank Stone.
Preordine. Perché questo gioco si può comprare già adesso? No. Hill Knights. Un po' velocizzato, devo dire. No, non continua a lungo perché altrimenti mi fanno male le braccia. Non già meglio. Come sterminare in 30 secondi i uomini. No, diciamoci che così mi sembra abbastanza pesante come gioco. Non lo porterei mai sul live. Mi sembra piuttosto pesante. Hill Knights. Troppo per ottobre. Preordine. Planside.
The continuation of the story that we started last year with Necron. So it's this story about a new Daedric prince who's been long forgotten, Athelia. She looks different, she acts different than everybody else, and then it's a bit of a nostalgia trip through the West Weald, which was also in Oblivion, Test for Oblivion. So yeah, it's been really cool to be able to do that and then add new systems as well. We added the scribing system, which allows players to essentially build their own abilities and really kind of mix and match, you know, those abilities with their builds, and then, you know, just change the colors and whatnot to really match their role play.
Yeah, because that's such an important part for your players. It's not just about being able to get the DPS meter up. It's so much more than that, right?
Yeah, you know, it's like I joke with Rich a lot. You know, we're talking about scribing, but you know, we have a roguelike game. Infinite Archives inside our game, right? We have so many different things you can do in ESO, and in fact, years ago, I think 3 or 4 years ago, we started calling it a virtual world, like a fantasy virtual world, because that's really what it is. It's much more than a game at this point. You can log in and play a card game. Now you can decorate your house and share it with others, and you know, antiquity system and PvP, and right. So there's just so much to do in this game that you can really play all week and do different things every day.
You guys were Metaverse before we even were thinking about Metaverse. I mean, you had a beat. Speaking of housing, you do have a current update available for PC players with the update 43. Console players are going to be able to get hands-on with that pretty soon, but give us a brief overview of what they can expect with that.
So the big new system is home tours, right? It allows players to share their creations with other players, and our housing system is incredible. It's super deep.
È incredibile per forza.
There's no hook points. There's nothing along those lines. Whatever players can dream up,
bellissimo.
they can put chairs on the ceilings. They can cobble together a bunch of things to create new assets, and they do, and they make these really cool creations. And now home tours allows them to share that with other people, and those people can go in and view these homes and like them, and like it's really going to open the doors for our community.
Yeah, so to speak. But,
I didn't think about that.
The people watching the stream right now, I think, are seeing some housing in game.
Yeah.
And I just want to reiterate, everything they're seeing is in game in our housing system. Like, it could be created by the players.
Yep.
And in fact, some of the ones they're going to get to soon are actually created by players themselves.
Amazing.
And it's unbelievable what they can do with the tools we give
them.
It's a good thing you never asked me, because mine just always looks like some midlife
crisis
bachelor's pad.
I'm not very.
Questo è veramente bello. Guarda qui, è uno spettacolo. Guarda, ti tolgo anche via il mio faccione. anche via il mio faccione. È veramente bello.
Yeah, there's like monster trophies on the wall, like one chair in the middle of it. It looks really sad, but with this update, I think I'm going to have to try and up my housing chops and make something look good.
Just going through and exploring and seeing what other players are doing is just so inspiring, right? Like, it's amazing.
It's not just the only thing that's getting updated, though, because we mentioned the roguelike.
Yo! Hate rules? Breakpunk's here to spice them up. We're the 5v5 FPS that lets you bend the rules.
Questo dà più un esempio di pubblicità come l'hanno presentato, come lo stanno presentando.
They can beef you up. They can change the weather. They even interact with each other. So you can blast people up even more. Or find foes when they try to be sneaky. Crush them with massive force. But remember, they've got tricks of their own. If you're down on luck, then you better have a good team with you. Ready to duke it out, one-on-one, till the last one stands. Bend the rules in Breakpunk!
Ah, in beta. In beta. Quindi molto probabilmente ancora... Cioè, loro lo vendono come beta, ma poi in realtà si deve... è ancora in fase di sviluppo. Assomiglia molto a Civilization questo. Call of Duty. Questo gioco avevano anche fatto delle gare in America di Call of Duty 06. Un attimo. Questo qua fermasse. Hanno già fatto anche... Avevano fatto anche le gare in America, sì. L'avevo già visto su un altro canale, però l'avevo già visto. Ops, 6. Vediamo questo.
Another prison guard. Good luck, mate. You're gonna need it. There's one escape pod left, but you're not the only geezer bolting after it. There's a lot of wankers between you and the sweet taste.
Come grafica non fa impazzire questo.
Just a bunch of psychos gunning for the same prize. A lot like me. Better luck next time, mate. You might make it farther than the last pig I murked. He even took down some big boys along the way. But the last guard, well, they ain't exactly dead. Looks like one of you guards finally put some big boy pants on. Brilliant. 'Cause is just getting started.
Ottobre 31. Ovviamente cambiamo completamente stile.
General Kazan, who once saved the Empire from the Dragonkin, survives against all odds while being exiled under the false accusation of treason. He embarks on an adventure to uncover the truth behind his downfall and seek revenge against his enemies.
Poveretto, in esilio.
Kazan's battles emphasizes hardcore action, while they feature various combat mechanics. The core principle is see and respond. We put significant effort into creating precise and vivid combat experiences based on this concept. Essentially, we designed the game so that the players can observe and decide their actions, providing clear feedback for each decision. Combat moments are primarily divided into two phases, the monster's attack turn and Kazan's attack turn. We aim to make every moment enjoyable. To achieve this, we included various ways to respond to monster attacks. Players can exploit openings to attack or choose to defend or evade when necessary. Techniques like just guard and just evade, which requires precise timing, are also available. There is no single correct answer. Players can experiment with multiple methods. Your unique combat style will develop based on your choices, ensuring that this process effectively leads to defeating your enemies. Your unique combat style will develop.
Che cos'è sto schifo? Sembra carino il gioco, ma che cos'è sto schifo? Non capisci neanche il materiale, insomma.
Based on your choices, ensuring that this process effectively leads to defeating your enemies.
Ehi, sono qua! Bravo, fate ammazzare, ancora meglio, guarda.
Preemptive strikes are a key strategy for tackling powerful enemies with ease. When initiating a battle with a brutal attack from
C'è
behind,
bisogno di mostrarmi
Kazan can
solo
gain
il
numerous attack
vedere
opportunities, limited only by his
dell'orso.
stamina. Both Kazan and his enemies have stamina, and
Carino,
once
dai.
depleted, they become exhausted until it recovers. In this state, significant damage can be inflicted not only on Kazan, but also on his enemies. Therefore, managing stamina
Bello,
is crucial.
però discreto.
Good
Non fa-
management can create
Sono
advantageous
personaggi che non mi
situations,
fanno
but poor
del
management
tutto
can lead to serious
impazzire
danger.
in questo gioco.
In battles against strong enemies, including boss fights, using stamina strategically is particularly crucial. Inducing stamina consumption or successfully landing high stamina damage attacks to cause exhaustion is key. Once in an exhausted state, dealing maximum damage through various methods become the core strategy for overcoming bosses. Additionally, targeting and destroying weak points can inflict significant damage and provide extra attack opportunities. Kazan is a skilled warrior who can proficiently wield various weapons, allowing you to experience different combat styles that maximizes each weapon's advantages. Currently, Kazan is equipped with a spear. Although its attack power is somewhat lower, it features long reach, wide range,
Ecco,
and
quello
impressive
che odio
combo
di più
attacks,
sono i
making it
boss.
particularly advantageous in stamina-based combat.
Non mi fa per nulla impazzire, devo dire la verità. Non si capisce neanche che cazzo è sta
This
roba.
weapon excels at efficiently
Ma ha fatto
draining the
tutto
enemy's
di
stamina and
merda.
delivering additional damage to exhausted enemies through various methods and combos.
Non lo realizzerei mai e poi mai una roba del genere.
The Great Sword is another weapon Kazan can wield. It
Ancora
offers
altri
the option to
personaggi
charge
che...
most
Oh.
actions, favoring slow but exhilarating and powerful strikes. This weapon excels in solid guarding and counterattacks, enabling a satisfying playstyle that can crush enemies before even engaging in stamina battles. Kazan is an action game that focuses on the fun of character development. As you progress, you'll acquire items and skills, evolving your combat from careful and strategic to powerful and exhilarating. Kazan's journey of revenge is about to begin. Don't miss out on the chance to experience the hardcore action of the first Berserker, Kazan, in the technical closed beta test, starting on October 11th. Xbox players can join through the Insider program.
No. No, questo non lo porterei mai e poi mai. 11 ottobre.
Hey York, it's great to see you. I'm gutted that
No,
I'm not seeing
non lo
you in
porterei
person, but
mai.
I hear that you're in Seattle.
Ma manca
Yeah, so
tanto?
it's like
Fammi
the first
rivedere.
thing you in.
11 ottobre 20. Ah no, aspetta. Ma che manca più tanto? Manca più di un anno qui.
Xbox players can join through the Insider program.
2025, quindi manca ancora un anno. 11 ottobre del prossimo anno. Dove fai voglia? Pensavo quest'anno io. Vediamo. In Austria, in Germania e Svizzera. Germany. Rackets Germania. Stoven Castle Germania. Alterburg Castle. Tutta Germania, beh, questo però sia questo. Questo no. Questa è molto tipica, cioè la classica cattedrale tedesca. C'è veramente questa cattedrale, non solo nel gioco. Poi anche questo tipico tedesco. Questo non me lo so dire. Sembra più russa questa come chiesa che tedesca. Non lo so, magari ci avranno messo qualche ortodosso. Ma faccio vedere anche la Svizzera. Non solo la Germania. Sembra la casa di quando Heidi era andata in città, questa qua tutta gialla e bianca. E senza calcolare ovviamente il lago e tutto quello. Però solo questo, ci metti in mezzo una strada ed ecco qui dove è andata Heidi. Quando era triste in città. Non avete, ovviamente non ha quello che c'era scritto. Bridge. La bridge. Ah, bridge in Germania. Aminte. Ok. Una. Qui è cattedrale. Altro castello. Minster. Perché Minster non dovrebbe essere in Germania, dovrebbe essere in Belgio, però anche il Belgio parlano comunque tedesco. Vienna, Austria. Lituania, Australia, sì, vabbè, Austria, Svizzera. Beh, la Svizzera è famosa più che altro anche per le montagne, infatti se venite verso l'Italia facilmente si trovano anche le montagne. Zurigo, Tower, Svizzera. Ovviamente come paese la Svizzera parlano più lingue, più verso Zurigo e più verso il tedesco, però se venite verso l'Italia parlano più verso anche italiano. Non ha una vera e propria lingua lo svizzero, è diffusa in svariate lingue la Svizzera. Bern. Peccato che non hanno girato anche l'Italia, ma vabbè. Ce ne faremo una ragione. Flight Simulator da Microsoft. Ah, anche Game Pass. Vediamo un po'. Cos'è sempre lo stesso? Però già vedendolo così è molto diversa come cosa. Come dentro l'aereo. Cabine di... Sembra quasi di essere in un film. Però grigio metallizzato così, no, potevano dargli un po' più di colore, grigio metallizzato così, non è bello da vedere. Così già meglio. Bianco con le striscioline grigie. Sì, è già un po' più carino rispetto proprio a grigio metallizzato. Anche questo è carino. I colori sembrava che li avessero colorati. Questo invece è un altro stile di gioco, vedo.
Hi, I'm Coralie Fegnelo, producer of Little Atmosphere. We are very excited to have the game playable at Gamescom this year, but for all of you that can't be here, we wanted to give you a sneak peek at our demo, as well as some exclusive footage. Little Atmosphere tells the story of Flo and Alone, two friends trapped within the spiral.
Questo assomiglia tanto a quello dei bambini di luce, invece, che avevamo giocato in...
They will have to work together to survive in this dangerous world full of delusions and escape the nowhere. While Little Atmosphere is still playable in solo with an AI, you'll also be able to play with a friend in online co-op and face your childhood fears together.
Spero di non azzeccarci anche senza volendo, ma comunque fa lo stesso, raga. Questo assomiglia molto a The Light. In verità avevo già giocato, che comunque era già di 2 o 3 anni abbastanza. Vediamo questo com'è. Persone che erano all'oscurità e poi dopo erano in ricerca della luce. Somiglia molto però.
Two characters, Lo with the raven mask and the blue cape, and Alone with the green jumpsuit and the red pigtails. Each character is equipped with their own iconic item. Alone has a range that will have a variety of usages, like for example, activating mechanisms, Lo's iconic item is a bow. It can be used to solve puzzles and make new paths when the road seems blocked. To survive in this dangerous world, teamwork would be essential, as Lo and Alone will have to work together to keep moving forward. During the game, our two friends will find new items to help them progress. Necropolis is a peculiar place. Raised from the desert sands and powered by gusting winds, it has been described as a city of eternal energy and certain death. It is a weird place that used to be inhabited by the dwellers. As you can see, the ancient metropolis is now more of a ghost town, and it is unclear what happened to its inhabitants. This is Monster Baby, one of our new residents of Little Nursery. She might have something to do with what happened to Necropolis and the people that used to live here.
Madonna.
It seems that crows are not the only living inhabitants left.
Cioè,
To defend themselves,
hanno creato dei moscerini stra enormi in confronto a quello che sono i ragazzi che camminano sotto. Sembra... non sembra un po' di essere in pericolo. Cioè, essere così piccoli con quei bestioni che sono più grossi di loro.
against these threats, Lo and Alone have to work together and find new uses for the items. 1. Night has fallen on Necropolis. It's the first time ever that we show this part of the game. As you can see, the mood in the real city has changed quite a bit. Oh, apparently Monster Baby doesn't sleep through the night. Not sure we want to become one of her toys. We should probably avoid her gaze.
Ah, babba che paura! A parte che la qualità del gioco non è molto alta, vederla così.
And play hide and seek behind the
Specialmente
blocks.
questa qua di notte al buio, con un occhio, con uno sguardo assassino che può avere. Infatti si deve nascondere.
It should be safe here.
Porca che pena!
That's it for now. Thank you all for watching this gameplay walkthrough. We can't wait to show you more.
Però devo dire che così è abbastanza buietto, Devo vederlo di notte, ma poi alla fine doverlo vedere di notte a quelle ore lì era forse un pelino troppo. Poi avrei finito seriamente troppo tardi, invece che adesso, anche se finito tardi comunque giorno. Sono le 17. E se finiamo per quasi le 7 non importa, ma non potevo finire verso 3:30, 4, quando magari i miei si svegliavano, quell'ora lì. E allora mi sono messo a fare i giochi, però sicuramente nel pomeriggio ci sfogheremo un po' di più, magari. Questo è assicurato.
All about the game.
Night Marfes 2. Ah, sembra una cosa già vista. Night Marfes Mares lì, The Little Night Mares, formato un po' diverso, però sembra bisogna risentire un po' gli audio per vedere se è uguale.
Little Nightmares 3 will be available in 2025
vabbè,
on Xbox
prossimo
Series,
anno, c'è
Xbox One,
ancora
and Windows
tempo.
PC. Wishlist the game now to make sure you don't miss any news.
Well, that was a spooky new look at Little Nightmares 3, which is coming to Xbox in 2025. So now it's time to go to the vault with Skyline Valley out now and the Milepost Zero update launching very soon. Our next guest has plenty to chat about. Here to give us more on the latest from Fallout 76, please welcome Milepost Zero Creative Director John Rush. John,
awesome.
Thank you so much for joining me. How are you today?
Oh, great. Thank you for having me. This is awesome.
Heck yeah, let's talk some Fallout, shall we?
Let's do it.
So first up, a huge part of the Fallout franchise and also Bethesda as a whole is community involvement and the impact that they actually have on yourselves, if that's fair to say. Can you tell me a little bit more about what that impacts your development timeline from the community involvement?
Sure. Yeah, that's a great question. You know, I've said it before. Bethesda Game Studios has the best community in gaming. They're so great at giving feedback, saying what's not working, saying what they'd like to see. So the team always makes sure to stay on top of all that feedback, whether it's on Reddit or Discord or whatnot. And what we do is we kind of boil it down to large strokes, bigger trends, right? And what features can we make to satisfy these things that players want, and how do they fit across a timeline while satisfying our builders and our adventurers alike.
Nice. I mean, you mentioned Reddit just there, and I'm really curious how you actually use those sites or maybe other corners of the internet to actually take the feedback from the community and then put that in the game. What does that look like for you and the team?
Well, I'd like to outline some sort of really cryptic process, but it's really just me on my phone going down the posts and remembering, oh yeah, somebody said that. But you know, it's more than just reading the feedback. It's also being able to look at that feedback through the lens of a player. So we all play the game on the team. I, speaking for myself, have multiple high-level characters I've gone through the game with to try different things. Multiple new characters fresh out of the vault to try different things. So looking at that feedback that we get from players through the lens of players ourselves and kind of trusting ourselves to make the right choices for the game.
Nice. Showing off with quite a few high-level characters there. I see you.
And by the way, I made those myself. I wasn't giving them. Thank you.
No, that's very good. We were chatting before about one of your latest characters, your ventures. Care to tell us or share with the viewers about the captain?
Oh yes, the latest character sometimes shows up on the socials, and that's Captain Nuke McCloud.
Nice.
And Captain Nuke McCloud lives up to his name and loves to drop nukes. So we get the community together, and they follow me around while I drop nukes, and we just have a lot of fun.
I'll stay out of the way of those servers. That's fine. Avoid the nukes.
Yep.
What is the reaction from the community that you see when you do take those comments, that feedback, and actually put it in the game? What's it like seeing the reaction to those from the community?
I think it's great. It's the type of feedback that we kind of get over time, right? Because it's not so much taking a specific thing like I want a neon green wig or something like that. It's looking at, hey, I'm looking for more things to do at the end of the game. I want more challenging experiences. So as those features kind of come out further down the road, we see that positivity from players reflected back at us through comments and feedback.
That's really cool. I mean, yeah, I love some character creator options as well. So maybe a neon green wig would be great, but that can wait as well. We've got plenty to do in Skyline Valley at the moment as well. And with that came the first new map expansion for the base game. Can you tell me what that means to you and the team and to the game itself about having that map expansion?
Absolutely. So I've been referring to it as a map mutation.
Nice.
Kind of keeping it within the vein of Fallout. But what I've come to learn over the years is that players really love to play on the Appalachia map. Appalachia in our game is really kind of the main character, and we were introduced to Appalachia when the game first came out, and it's really changed since then, and all the updates that we've had. So, knowing that players really like to stay in Appalachia and experience that, we wanted to give them opportunities to continue telling their own stories. So using Skyline Valley as a reference, they have more places to build, more places to adventure, and also using Skyline Valley for a way to further the story of Appalachia itself, telling our own stories for the players to experience. So the idea for Skyline Valley came from Vault 63. It was really mysterious what was going on there. So we were thinking, what should this new region look like? Well, it's about Vault 63, and that's dark and mysterious. So let's make this region dark and mysterious. And so that's kind of where the tone of the new space came from and the thought behind it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the mission, the pre-update mission that you do, and you go to that massive big manor house and like literally just looks like hellfire everywhere around, and it is very much dark and mysterious, but also very fun to explore. What other things in Skyline Valley, what other game features were added with this new update, the latest one?
Game features added with Skyline, well, there's a new horrible creature walking around called the Thrasher, which is just awful.
Yeah.
this big turkey abomination, which is a lot of fun to see. We've also got a new boss in there that's triggered by nukes, the trifecta terror, the trio Storm Goliaths, which are really fun to fight. And they play off one another, which is kind of a new mechanic. You kill one, the other two get stronger. You kill one of them, and the last one gets really strong. So that's fun.
Yeah, that is fun and also terrifying. That's great. Yeah. And then also with Vault 63, we've got a whole bunch of ghouls in there too, which is fun. And speaking of ghouls, it would be fair to chat about the Fallout TV show and my favorite character, Walton Goggins, aka the Ghoul. So how are you enjoying the TV show, firstly? Have you enjoyed it?
Which viewing? I've watched this series about 4 times.
Heck
yeah, I love it. Great. Awesome.
You can recite it already, probably, dreaming about it.
What I love most about the show is through the visuals, through the story, through the characters, how true to Fallout it was for people that maybe weren't familiar with Fallout before, or maybe had played other Fallouts in the past, watching the show, experiencing that story and wanting more. Where can they get it? Come to Fallout 76, come to Fallout 4, come to 3. So it's been great seeing that influx of players coming in, having fresh new Fallout experiences to them.
Yeah, that's such a good point. You're so right. I think I was a massive Fallout fan before the TV show.
Questo gioco praticamente viene da Fallout. Mentre è stato preso solo da Fallout. E hanno realizzato, non so come si chiamerà, se si chiama proprio Fallout oppure...
But again, just watching that and immediately feeling that same feeling that I had playing Fallout 4 when that first launched. I mean, I used to fall asleep, this is really sad, but I used to fall asleep listening to Diamond City Radio at nighttime. But yeah, the TV show just encapsulates everything, you're so right. And with that success, how has that been reflected in Fallout 76 as well? We've seen some, maybe some new jumpsuits added, vault suits. What other parts has influenced the game?
Sure. So with the show, we made very specific offerings that had specific ties to the show, like Lucy's backpack or the specific offer.
How has that been? Some new jumpsuits added, Vault 76 as well. We've seen some.
È un simbolo celtico. Come stile questo. Stile Far West circa.
Maybe some new jumpsuits added, vault suits. What other parts has influenced the game?
Sure. So with the show, we made very specific offerings that had specific ties to the show, like Lucy's backpack or the cowboy duster, which players really love, and they're very Fallout, thematic to Fallout. So it was great to add those. I would say you know, from the reception the show has gotten, it's really sort of emboldened us to continue taking the game.
Beh, lo stile è circa quello, sì. Cowboy, quelle robe lì.
Direction we have been, it's sort of fortified
Dell'America
in our
Latina.
brains the decisions that we've been making that are, you know, very, very true to Fallout, and it's really got us pumped for what's coming up down the road.
Heck yeah. Can you tell me your favorite character?
From the show?
Yeah.
It's got to be Thaddeus.
Hell.
Why aren't I dead? Yeah, it's great. It's so funny.
Thaddeus is great.
Thaddeus is good. I like all the characters, but Thaddeus,
Of course,
Thaddeus had me laughing, yeah.
Stunning. Now, we've mentioned a wee bit about Skyline Valley, but obviously we have Milepost Zero coming up very soon. What can players look forward to in this new update coming?
Milepost Zero is a really exciting update. Of course, we've got the caravans that we've been talking about that I was watching players play just back there, which was a lot of fun. Caravans is awesome. We've also got a new legendary crafting system, which gives players a lot more agency into making specific gear they want for their builds, gives them a bit more control. And we've got best builds, which is a great step forward for our builders and being able to connect them so they can share their builds in game much easier and show appreciation to one another. If you run across a best build camp that you like, you give it a thumbs up, and upvoted camps with most thumbs up get featured on multiple servers across Appalachia, so it's really cool.
That sounds sick. I'll definitely be challenging myself. I love games like Fallout, and then also in Elder Scrolls Online, and then I love building in The Sims as well. So yeah, definitely I'll be building and maybe taking some inspo from the rest of the community as well. That sounds awesome.
Cool.
I can't wait for that. Now, you mentioned as well you've seen some of the fans playing it here on the booth at Gamescom, and then also in the public test server just now. How have you found the reaction? Are people happy with it? Are you excited? Have you been taking notes as well?
It's great. You know, I think overall they're really excited. Again, it goes back to giving our players the tools and the agency to make their own stories in the game. So what better stories are you going to come up with than running the perilous route of Skyline Drive while being assaulted by giant thrasher turkeys and raiders, you know, doing caravans with your friends. It's just super cool.
Yeah. There's some many new adventures to look forward to. That's so sick. Now, can't wait for Milepost Zero, but John, is there anything else that you want to share with me today maybe?
Maybe there is. You know, we've talked about Milepost Zero quite a bit. Yes. Milepost Zero is awesome. We know that's coming out pretty soon, September 3rd. We've got Ghouls coming out early next year. What's in between? We've got an exciting update coming out this December.
Scritto solo Fallout. Era launching step 3. Ready.
This December, players get to experience the Gleaming Depths.
Heck yeah.
Raids the Gleaming Depths. This is an end-game experience for our most hardcore adventurers, full of nasty bosses that are tough to take down, big challenges, teamwork. It's great. And once players get to the end of it, if they live to tell the tale, they get a chance at getting 4-star legendary weapons, power armor, and gear.
Sick. I love that exclusive. Let's go. Gleaming Depths. I cannot wait to try that out. I'll have a lot of grinding to do, but yeah, maybe the captain can come in and help me out, level my character up. Love that so much. John, I've got one more question that I'd love to know the answer for. Would you rather eat a fried rad roach or some glowing fungus stew?
So I'm not going to get into specifics, but I kind of already have a preference from past experience. I have had glowing rad roach before. I was at the show premiere. It was absolutely fantastic. I would never turn down the opportunity to have that again. So glowing rad roach.
Glowing rad roach.
Absolutely.
There we go. We heard it here. John, thank you so much for chatting with me, and thank you for joining us. Now, fans obviously won't have to wait long at all for the next Fallout 76 update. Milepost Zero launches September 3rd. Check out Xbox Game Pass to play Fallout 76, as well as a metric ton of other titles right now. Remember, with Xbox Game Pass, you can get new games on day one, like Call of Duty Black Ops 6 on October 25th, play some of the biggest games of the year, and unlock partner benefits from our pals at Riot Games and EA Play. And if you're not already a Game Pass member, what are you doing? Join now and get your first month of PC Game Pass for $1 or €1. This offer won't last long, so act now. So, coming up, we have the team from Towerborn stopping by to walk us through the latest gameplay demo. But first, it's the latest from Planet Coaster 2.
Che dovrebbe essere l'ultimo questo.
When I walk outside with my head in the clouds, everywhere I go, I keep singing out.
Frontiera. Planeta Coaster. Pensare di avere un gioco ambientato sul Luna Park. Planet Coaster.
Hello, I'm Mike Laidlaw, Chief Creative Officer at Yellow Brick Games, and welcome to the world of Eternal Strands, a new fantasy action-adventure game where the world around you is your weapon. In Eternal Strands, you will embark on your journey as a young, magic-wielding weaver named Bryn. She seeks to unravel the secrets of the Enclave, a once thriving center of magic now left in ruins. At your base camp, you'll forge bonds with members of your Weaver Band, who will support you in your expeditions with their various skills.
You've worked hard for this, and I have faith in you.
Select your next quest and customize your gear before venturing out through the Loom Gate on your way to discover the fate of these shattered lands. In the Enclave, you can climb and interact with nearly everything you see. The mantle, the magical cloak on your back, grants you control over frost, flame, and kinetic magic. Combine these elements in creative ways to manipulate the environment to your advantage and defeat your foes. But the Enclave's foes come in all sizes. Behold, an Ark. This colossal 25-meter construct wields immense power. Pick your battles. Rather than risking your loot, return to base camp. A day has passed. Reforge your gear with your hard-earned resources to even the odds against the mighty epics. No two battles are the same, as epics roam freely between maps, and extreme weather alters the battlefield in this true physics playground. Harvesting strands from these formidable adversaries allows you to weave new abilities into your mantle. With new powers at your command, and the world as your weapon, you hold the key to uncovering the mysteries of the Enclave. Take up the mantle in Eternal Strands.
Manco. Poco. Vado a fare una... Cioè, torno subito, ragazzi.
You just got a deep dive into the gameplay of Eternal Strands and Look Avoid Train, which is coming to Game Pass early next year, so get ready. But first, it seems like only yesterday we were here at Gamescom enjoying the first Towerborn demo. Now, a year later, the game is nearly ready for prime time. Joining me now with more is Stoic CEO and President Tricia Scoffer, Game Director Daniel McLaren, and Co-Founder and Chief Creative Officer Arnie Jorgensen. So, how is everything going at Gamescom, Tricia?
It's fantastic. We're so excited to be back. The crowd has been exceptional, as always, and the booth's been full, and players are just enjoying themselves. A lot of excitement, a lot of smiles on their faces, and we're just happy to always have the game in the hands of the players.
Yeah, it's been amazing at Gamescom this year. So many people, but it's also been a huge week for you guys.
Indeed.
Tell me a bit more about it.
Absolutely. On Tuesday, we announced that we will be on early access on Steam on September 10th.
Yep.
And we're coming to game preview on Xbox and Windows PC in 2025.
So really not that far away as well.
19 days.
And I'm also so excited because we've got a demo that we're going to be playing. But McLaren, for those that haven't seen Towerborn yet, can you give us the elevator pitch? Why is this game going to be so much fun to play?
Yeah, so it's the quintessential side-scrolling brawler, which you see generally in like a smaller single-player, shorter experience game. We've decided, why not make this a bigger game? Why not put in sweet loot drops? Why not let your friends play together, collect cool stuff, and kill bigger enemies, and then brag about it? So that's basically what we built.
It's what we all love to do as well.
Yeah.
And it's one of the reasons I'm so excited to hop into this demo as well, because I got to play it here last year, and honestly, love these type of games like World of Warcraft I brought up on, but going into Towerborn, I'm a little bit competitive, and we've also got 3 different characters on screen. So I think, Arnie, if you can kind of talk us through what each of us can do, the different abilities that we've got.
Sure. So everyone just kind of mess around on this first screen before we get too deep. But we're going to be going to early access with 4 different classes. Here we see the Shadow Striker. She's got dual daggers, and she can move about the screen really quickly and do high damage. Then we also have the Sentinel with the sword and shield. He can block, and he can also parry. So if done at the correct time, you raise your shield, bang, they become dizzy. And then we got the Pyro class here with the War Club. Big, slow, heavy damager that can fight through damage. So that's the 3 that we've got right here. We're not showing off the Rock Breakers, which, oh, I'm sorry.
No,
that's not daggers. That's the Rock Breakers with the giant clubs.
I know, this is the thing.
What we're not showing is the dual daggers. That's right, the Shadow Striker. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm actually quite excited because I have seen Tricia use the fist before, right? And I was like, she was doing a lot of damage, so I was like, that's what I'm playing as. So I've also got is it an ombre above me? Is it
an umbra?
An umbra.
An umbra. So how does that work?
So the umbra is part of your loadout. We're going to be launching with about 9 different umbra and then adding them as we go through early access. But all the different umbra give you different abilities. Some could do damage, some could do healing. So we see 3 different umbra here today, and we'll see what they do.
Well, I'm quite excited. And how do I trigger? Is that with my right trigger?
That's with your right trigger. Now, if you press your right bumper, that's when you're going to do this massive damage punch.
Oh. Okay. So I don't want to use that. So that's the little thing on the bottom of the screen, isn't it, when you can kind of see the bar?
So the orange bar, if you look at your HUD up there, the orange bar, as that fills up, that will be your right bumper button. That's the special ability.
Okay.
The 3 little pips down at the bottom, when those turn blue, if you hold your left trigger and hit your light attack or your heavy attack, it will do 1 of 2 special abilities and consume 1 of those pips.
Okay, nice. All right, should we go forward to our first fight? Right, I'm kind of just...
Good luck, man.
All right, I'm going in first. It's not because I'm trying to do the most damage, I promise.
There's a lot of different things to remember for each class, but for now, just have fun playing. You'll learn the class over the hours of playtime.
And there's like combos, isn't there, that you can do? So you kind of want to set it up to do the most. And
that's right.
The little bar on the bottom. How do I get that to charge faster?
Just by hitting things, or by completing combos. By completing combos, it's going to fill up much faster, and that's your weapon meter.
How do I know my combos? Is it just like mixing up like fast and heavy attacks, or?
Yeah, it's a combination of using your light and your heavy. It's a 4-button combo system, so any combination of those 4 buttons will do different things. And if you hold down X, you can launch enemies into the air, get up there and do some aerials. Ooh, nice, coming in and stealing my kill, Benny. I appreciate that.
I would never do. I'm not a kill thief. I am just getting involved.
Sir. I am. I'm happy to.
That was
help that out.
I'm not sure that the people watching here know that there's a friendly rivalry going on right here. We're actually tracking damage done in this, so we can see if Benny can beat Trisha and McLaren.
Don't know what you're on about. Please.
We're gonna find out, aren't we?
Oh no, I've just missed. I've just wasted my combo.
It's a no-lose, McLaren. If you win, you basically be a professional gamer.
Pretty much.
No.
That's the goal here.
I know you guys are running too far ahead, right? This is. Right, there we go. No, I'm good now. I've got my own enemy.
It's been my dream to beat a professional gamer. So.
Hey, can you not steal my damage, please? That's my damage.
Absolutely.
Oh, you just stopped him getting up.
Yes, sir.
If you hit him early enough, you can whack him pretty quickly. It's like whack-a-mole.
How you doing over there, Benny?
I think I'm doing good. I think I've done a lot of damage. I'm hitting my combos. Oh no, I've just missed. I keep wasting my. Okay, no.
How you doing?
No, I feel like I'm falling behind.
Man, Trisha's got the best weapon with that spin to win. That's normally my weapon.
Trisha's actually playing McLaren's weapon.
I know, it's so irritating.
But Benny is playing Trisha's. Trisha's
That's
really
true.
good with the rock breaker.
Maybe you haven't seen my stats on all the weapons yet, but I played them all. Don't you worry.
All right, hold on. There's a couple more people over here. I'm determined.
Too slow.
Okay, wait. So right now, I'm actually quite low on health. I've taken a lot more damage.
Well, that's
Trisha's
okay.
taken none.
I've got you here. If you come up a bit, there's a healing shrine.
Oh, yes.
And that'll just get everybody refreshed. Because get ready.
So hold on one second.
Hold on. Let's wait a second.
If you did die.
Right.
Oh, yeah. So the way the death works in this game, when you die, your Umbra's going to come over and it's going to res you. But if you run out of lives, then it takes your teammates to res you, and it's oftentimes hard. If they take damage while doing it, then you're dead. But I want to talk really quickly. We've come into this mission for a reason. We're in this mission
Trisha
because we want to beat Trisha. We heard that there was a boss in the area, so I think we're on its trail, and we'll see what happens here as we enter the next cave.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, here we go. Are you ready? Are you McLaren, are you sure you're ready?
There we go.
Let's go.
Are you sure? All right.
Let's go.
All right, wait. No, you know where we're going.
There we are.
Oh, no. All right, there we go. No, there we go.
It's the Pango Jira. Now, if you notice, there's a break bar at the bottom of the screen right under the health bar of the boss. McLaren, tell us a little bit about that.
So it's a quintessential break bar. The minute you break it, it will stun the boss and allow you to go into a punish phase. And so, oh, geez, man, it's always those rocks, always in the face.
Pay attention.
I know. So now he's in a broken phase, so now you can just do all of your combos, do all of your damage.
Pummel him.
Yeah, this is where you really get.
This is where you get your damage.
This is where you get the numbers up.
I'm going. That's what I'm going.
Get your numbers up.
There we go. I need to use my ombre.
Your ombre.
I love it.
I don't know why I'm calling it.
Officially change it to ombre.
I don't know why I'm calling it an ombre.
I think I'm officially changing it to ombre.
We're literally doing it. We just turned this game into an esport somehow.
All right, come on. No, wait, you
Sembra quasi Wukong, cioè salta a destra e a sinistra come se fossimo nel gioco di Wukong, anche se poi in realtà non è Wukong.
No, not even close.
It's a damage. Now I do have to say, this boss has been wrecking people on the show floor.
Yeah, it's been pretty great.
But we've got some people here that have played this game before.
Yeah.
That might be making it look a little easy.
Oh my god, there's so many rocks getting thrown at my head.
Right.
Right, here we go. Right, I need
messed
time
that
as
up.
well.
Boink. All right. There we go.
This is
no, I've just wasted. No.
This is the type of fight, as you would expect in any game like this, that if you beat a boss, you're going to get wicked good gear. You're going to get great weapon drops, aspect drops, which are gems or mods that you can slot into your equipment. But this is the type of fight that you want to go into and get or beat, because this is where you get the good stuff.
Yep.
Oh, I've just done, by the way, I've just done so much for us there.
Did you really?
I've just taken out like 10 ads.
Well, we're
Benny's carrying the team. He's carrying the team.
Yeah, he really is.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
I've taken the bots down to quarter life.
What I found though is I apparently only get 1 damage for every single one of these kills. So I'm just putting it out there that I'm being a team player.
I see.
Yeah, and it's not because I think I'm behind on the damage curve.
Oh, Gioni! I rolled right into it too.
Get good.
I think I know better. Look at that. First death. Who does that belong to? I know how to play this game. I promise, folks. I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
There it is. Unload.
There we go. We got him. We got him.
Go, 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 go. On this face.
That's it.
Oh,
Don't
yeah.
jump,
Let's
don't
go. All right. Now the moment of truth.
I don't think we need to take a look at the damage.
I think we do.
I don't think you know what we're basing this off? Eliminations. Let me know, like in the chat, if we should base it off eliminations or not.
F in chat for Benny.
I don't want to look at my stats.
Here we go.
Here we go.
I don't want to look.
Damage.
Oh, I'm sorry. What's going on?
12,000.
Let's go. That's okay, Benny. You can play again later.
Can we like? Oh, come on, I know there's something wrong. I defeated way more than 9 enemies.
Did you though?
I swear I did.
Did you though?
Well, that's
They played the game once or twice. But you know, hold on a second. So this right here is the combat that we're showing here on the show floor, and we're really.
Vediamo.
Only the one who has earned the people's support is fit to be king.
People may struggle to trust a king whose face they do not know.
I want to protect this country and its people.
The city of Rylhaven.
If you get rid of the culprit, I will appeal to the people of this town to support you.
More public support, bigger face on the rock.
Traveling from one nation to another, well, there's all sorts of life-threatening danger on the way.
Mamma mia! Guardiamolo! Che pianta è questa? È enorme! Con questa mega lingua, se fosse un pelo esagerato, però che roba è questa? E alla faccia, apre la bocca, ingoia come se fosse un pezzo di pane, non lo so. Dobbiamo anche navigare dentro il suo corpo.
There's change in the air.
Cade.
Looks like we've got Sanctifex Forden in the lead. And Count Luis hot on his trail.
Non ho mai visto una roba del genere io.
You dreamt of utopia.
È bellissimo.
You saw the tribes united as one.
Un po' meno la grafica, però cioè no, dipende. Alcuni punti poteva essere eseguito meglio la parte grafica del gioco, altri punti invece insomma convincente fino a un certo punto. Sto così. Mi vedete con quelle maniche lunghe perché fa abbastanza freschino oggi. Ieri era più caldo.
My name is Dan D'Entremont, game director for Squirrel with a Gun, the game where you play as the neighborhood's most obnoxious rodent, committing crimes and causing mayhem in pursuit of golden acorns. And I'm so excited to share about what makes this nutty sandbox shooter and puzzle platformer so special. The core of Squirrel with a Gun is in its nutty sandbox gameplay. We had to make sure the gameplay was as crazy as the concept. You play as an unhinged animal as it wreaks havoc on the world around you as you explore and complete hidden objectives. You can be a nice squirrel and ask for snacks and pose for photos. You might get some rewards for wholesome interactions, like helping a bride find her missing groom, shooting some hoops, going on a like helping a bride.
Sta scappando come se dicesse un topino. Mi vuole ammazzare il topino. Andiamo avanti, che meglio.
Find her missing groom, shooting some hoops, going on a little water adventure, and heading to the skate park to show off some tricks. But you can also choose to be a nuisance, pestering the community, like running them over with your little RC car, giving someone a shave, riding the drone, doing a showdown with Wild Will the cowboy. There are so many different ways you can interact with people in this game, and a lot of hidden side quests to complete with the NPCs in exchange for the highly desirable golden acorns. Regular acorns and the rare golden acorns are used as currency to unlock new weapons.
Avrebbe fatto di tutto questa scoiazzolina per prendere la sua ghianda. Ma sono tornate adesso. Ho detto alla miciota che fa rompere le scatole, ma
But
questa è
because the
la
squirrel is often equipped for combat, you can use a gun's recoil to boost its jumps.
Forte.
This feature is utilized in various ways. You can use a gun's
Pensate
recoil.
se una persona al posto di fare le scale basterebbe solo sparare un poco, anche solo con una mitraglia per salire in alto. Sarebbe troppo figo. Come questo topolino è troppo forte.
To boost
Lo
its
porterei
jumps.
già, guarda.
This feature is utilized in various ways based on which gun you are holding, and sometimes you need a specific weapon to help you navigate a puzzle. For example, you wouldn't be able to get the acorn on top of this roof without a shotgun to blast you up there.
Perfetto,
We had
devo
a lot
salire
of fun
sopra il
making
tetto,
each
c'avevo
puzzle
l'antenna
super
che non
unique.
funzionava
There's a
bene.
minefield that you have to sneak through to get the rewards on the other side.
Forte.
The neighborhood itself has all sorts of backyard puzzles, like getting some air with bouncy umbrellas, or getting low in the crawl space maze. Some of them can get a little
Deve
crazy.
farebbe
You can
di
take to
tutto
the
questo
sky on a bouncy
questo scoiattolo
and
per
head
le sue
underwater to get
gambe.
some reward.
Persino
Let's
andare
take a quick pause
sott'acqua.
in the gameplay to show off some cosmetics we've
Usa
been
le
working on to
meduse.
style up our squirrel. My favorite outfit is the diving suit because it lets you explore a hidden underwater cave that you otherwise wouldn't have access to. A few of the cosmetics even have tactical effects. Wearing a bomb suit will reduce explosive damage, and the sparkler hat can light propane tanks on fire. And of course you can't have a
Allora,
squirrel. And the
proprio
sparkler
stupido,
hat
cioè il topino ti ha messo qua una bomba per far saltare sto robo per aria, te che stai lì come un fesso davanti, prepararti che esploda la bomba. Dai, che cazzo, muovi il culo e muoviti.
can light propane tanks on fire. And of course you can't have a squirrel with a gun without the gun. There's 7 different weapons to unlock in the game, each with its own unique takedown and jump boost. You can learn more about them by watching our previous Arsenal trailer. Each one is a blast. I hope you learned a little something about how squirrels can wield weapons and cause chaos. And I can't wait for all of you to get your paws on this passion project of ours.
Come scappare via dalla prigione. Oh, questo direi che è tutto l'altro stile. Mio re, scendo subito da lì sopra.
Bosses in Path of Exile 2 come about 2 major ways.
Oh, esagerato.
You obviously have the more traditional approach where you create a narrative and you design a boss around that narrative.
No noose this time. I'll remove your head myself!
The second way, which I think is something that can be very unique and create some of the more interesting encounters, is letting the creative genius of our artists do what they need to do. They can come up with something completely abstract, and this is how you get some of the most awesome things, because all of a sudden it can be something with 100 tentacles, or 9 limbs, or no limbs, or 1,000 teeth, or none, and obviously things that aren't even in my imagination.
Va. Insomma,
a boss in
cioè,
Path of
visto
Exile 2
così,
ultimately is the culmination
carino.
of decades of experience.
Sicuramente
making
come
hundreds, if not
grafica
thousands
non
of
è
bosses in
male.
its predecessor,
Su questo non c'è
taking all that
dubbio.
knowledge together and puts it in a package that delivers the best of what could
Come
possibly be
grafica.
of boss encounters in an action RPG environment with bosses that are utilizing Souls-like mechanics.
Veramente il gioco che avevamo visto era più sulla simpatia, questo è un po', sembra un po' più sull'horror, quel genere lì, fantasy, no, horror fantasy, molto fantasy. Cioè che l'altro era lo stesso fantasy, però era più sull'ironia.
Despite the fact there's over 100 bosses and more to come, a lot more to come, every single boss fight is completely unique, hand animated from scratch. It is designed from scratch, it is balanced from scratch, and it doesn't reuse a single asset in our library or anything like that. One of the main challenges balancing boss fights in Path of Exile 2, especially compared to its predecessor, you have to, in a single attempt, reduce the boss from full life to 0 in order to then progress through. If a player cannot defeat them now, then they're stuck. It is very, very important to us that Path of Exile bosses, mechanics, especially around telegraphing, feels fair to the user. As opposed to them being cheated out of something when they happen to
Tipo
die.
Hong Kong, cioè
We want to make sure that hitboxes are accurate, and of course, when
Era
something hits you, it
l'ultimo
feels like
gioco
it
che
hits
è pieno zeppo di boss.
It ultimately makes it feel that much more satisfying when you kill it, and you feel that much more pride when you are able to overcome something difficult, knowing that the game hasn't robbed you of this thing. At the end of the day, you want to see that healthy balance where some people are struggling, and you want to see that moment,
Chissà se
secondhand
Sidonia lo
moment where someone
porterà ad un
overcomes
gioco
that
del
challenge
genere,
and is so
Sidonia.
happy for doing so. And so I'm looking forward to that.
Cioè lo vedo molto con questo stile di gioco anche Sidonia. Patch Exilium. Cioè, bella la grafica, ma mi sa tanto che il combat sia un po'
From experience,
troppo...
we have been giving away prizes all week, and now it's time once again for one of you lovely lot to win something truly awesome. If that sounds like music to your ears, then head over to twitch.tv/Xbox for your chance to win the Riffmaster wireless guitar. It's so
Fortnite
perfect to play
Festival.
music like a true rock star in Fortnite Festival, and
Molto
of
Battle
course it's
Royale.
compatible on Fortnite Festival across Xbox Series X and Xbox Series S consoles. Now head to chat and rock on. Okay, now it's time to catch up with the minds behind Wu Chang Fallen Feathers and take a look at a never before seen piece about the inspiration behind this epic title.
大家好，我是灵者科技的创始人之一，也是明末元勋之语的制作人夏树人。
fondatore e direttore.
灵者是一家位于成都的游戏公司。成都有非常丰富的历史底蕴和传统文化，这里有神秘的三星堆，有脍炙人口的三国故事，也有大量的历史建筑和文物。我们在这片土地上生活和工作。作为游戏从业者，我们很希望能够把这些独特的东西带给大家。我们很希望能够把这些独特的东西带给大家。
Ma quanti sono qui? Quanti sono qua dentro questa stanza? Cioè, sono tutti dipendenti suoi. Alla faccia. Grande azienda qua. Poi magari ogni dipendente qua dentro avrà un compito diverso, però alla faccia se ce ne sono di dipendenti qua dietro. Parlare il loro direttore.
游戏的故事背景设定在明朝末年的1647年，张献忠刚死，川蜀地区正迎来它最黑暗的时期。由于战乱和羽化病的出现，这个地区就变得非常的。
Che qui è scoppiata una bomba atomica. Questo è direttamente una bomba atomica, cioè come si fa per un accumulo di persone come se fossero un mucchio di vestiti buttati lì, come fosse una discarica. Questa è una discarica di persone, cioè è incredibile.
险恶，我们为羽化饼撰写了属于他自己的架空历史。从蜀王杜宇时代起，经历了汉唐、宋末以至明末，每逢战乱的时候，羽化病就会出现。我们把这些信息分散到了游戏的只言片语当中，以及游戏的场景叙事当中，力求拉近这个架空世界和玩家之间的距离。而无常作为主角，他需要在这些传说中寻找复活秘密的线索，而在这个过程当中，玩家和主角都会逐渐去接近整个事情的真相。
Sarà bello potente, non so da imparare.
明朝末年在四川地区的战乱、瘟疫的混乱和这种。
se Serial Engine riuscirebbe veramente a creare una roba del genere, sembra di essere veramente in un bosco di queste piante.
破败的背景其实和我们的游戏类型是极为契合的。我们希望把更多诸如胡金铨武侠电影的质感。 和这种黑暗的背景做结合，利用这种强烈的冲突去创造出独特的美术氛围。在这种美术的基调之上，我们就可以通过更多的非线性的关卡设计，或者说是包括一些垂直的关卡设计，去增强冲击力，然后去做更多的场景叙事。垂直的关卡设计，去性的在这利用这种强烈的冲突。 去创造出独特的美术氛围，在这种美术的基调之上，我们就可以通过更多的。
Guardate qua, forse Wukong un po' meno incendioso, però sembra Wukong questo così. Sì, vabbè, ovviamente è abbastanza sgranata l'immagine, sicuramente il gioco sarà molto più bella di così. Sicuro che chi giocherà sto gioco. lasciamo andare avanti a parlare di
非线性的关卡设计，或者说是包括一些垂直的关卡设计，去增强冲击力，然后去做更多的场景叙事，营造一种故事感，让玩家能够在体验游戏的时候沉浸其中，或者说是让玩家在游戏中每走的一步都能够感觉到这个世界是活着的。当然。 明末作为一款架空世界的游戏，我们依然希望能够给玩家呈现一个具有明末特色的游戏体验。为了实现这一点，玩家将在游戏中邂逅大量历史中存在的或大或小的人物，比如像张献忠及其4大义子，拉近玩家和传说之间的距离。通过这种大背景下人的抉择，去展现人性中的光明面，把更多关于传统武侠的概念的思考留给玩家。 游戏开始的时候，其实给玩家提供了一个容错率非常高的区域，允许玩家慢慢的熟悉游戏当中的一些独特的机制。玩家会跟随无常的视角，发现自己回到了阔别已久的故乡。玩家需要帮助无常去寻找失去的记忆，与游戏中遇到的各种各样的角色进行对话互动。但是在前期，玩家可能不会意识到前期的每一个抉择其实都是非常关键的。游戏前期其实。 为接下来的旅程制造了大量的悬念和铺垫，我们相信这会勾起玩家的好奇心。随着游戏剧情的深入，特别是到了游戏的后期，玩家会产生一种恍然大悟的感觉。实体扫描是一个非常好的方案，因为扫描技术可以把时间的痕迹很好的记录下来。四川还有周边地区存在着大量的明代古建筑以及少数民族的建筑和村落。 我们为了去把属于这个时代的特征带给大家，大量使用了像激光扫描仪、相机、无人机等各种各样的设备，去获取物体表面复杂的几何信息，从而生成这些复杂的模型，让他们能够进到游戏当中。这样的话，玩家就能够在游戏中行走在这些过去的时间当中了。玩家就能。
Probabilmente qua c'ha l'immagine di riferimento e lui non sta non sta esattamente riportando quale questa immagine.
能够在游戏中行走在这些过去的时间当中呢？ 战斗方面，我们为了做出一些自己的东西，从电影和传统武术中吸取了大量的灵感，设计了很多武器和流派机制，让游戏的核心战斗在不偏离本味的基础之上，能够更加的具有动作性和策略性。比如我们的双刀就借鉴了武侠电影，双刀的部分招式在和对方拼刀的过程当中，能够偏斜对方大部分的伤害，并且造成伤害。但是如果这个时候玩家的体质太弱，那么则无法续航。所以说这个时候一般会选择一些 T 技作为组合去弥补核心机制的不足，进而这种不同的搭配就会造成玩家各种各样的 build。我个人其实比较关注玩家在战斗中和怪物的交互和反馈机制，所以说在战斗系统的核心设计方面，我们强化了战斗方式的多样性和策略性，针对不同的招式。应该说是针对不同的怪物的招式设计了更多的解法，力求丰富玩家的战斗体验。武术指导在参与项目的过程中，会根据游戏的动作去进行包装，然后最终确保效果是符合预期的。我们的动画师将根据武术指导的设计，再进行2次调整和制作，这样最终游戏的动作就可以在游戏性和观赏性中间取得一个比较好的平衡。当然，首先很高兴能够时隔数年再和广大玩家见面。这个宣传片的主题其实是说从人堕落成怪物。这个主题更是希望表达游戏中的一个主旨，就是一切的力量都是等价交换，玩家也会随着无常的旅程，看到游戏中大大小小的人物为了自己的执念染指了未知的力量，造成了非常可怕的后果。然后宣传片中出现的 BOSS 其实和无常是有血缘关系的，游戏中家庭的这个主题也将在这个人物的剧情中得到体现。随着距离我们2025年的发售日越来越近，我们还会陆续给大家带来更多的内容。感谢大家的关注和支持，我们会和505 Games 一道紧密合作，尽快把更多的内容带给大家。
Change Fallen Fighter. Il prossimo anno adesso rimettiamo con questo.
It was one of our favorite titles when it was announced last year, and now it continues to make headlines in the run-up to release. Here with what fans can expect from 33 Immortals, we have Thunder Lotus producer Nicolas Godin. Bienvenue à la Gamescom.
Ah, merci. Ça va très bien. Thank you very much. Gamescom is awesome. Your booth is awesome. It's very impressive.
And you actually were here last year with 33 Immortals on our Gamescom stage.
Yes.
But yeah, it's been a year, it's been a minute. Could you give us a refresher on the ABCs?
I'll give you a little recap. So 33 Immortals is a co-op action roguelike game where you join the fight with 33 players with you. And then the goal...
Produttore. Lotus.
Is to fight masses like of monsters and like epic bosses and all that in a raid, pick up and raid, it's how we call it, the pick up and raid vibe, where we want to give this raid accessible take for players, like low key, low effort, you just join in and you fight all together.
And Phil Spencer is a fan. We know that.
We are very happy to mention that Phil was our first community member since he played last year. But to be fair, he was really nice with us. He played with us. He was very. He's our fan. We love him, and it was a good moment with him last year.
And you got community testing now under your belt as well. So could you tell us more about the reactions?
Yes, it was interesting throughout the whole year. We had a closed alpha and a closed beta. For the closed beta, we were very surprised. We had around 47,000 players. We weren't expecting this at all, but we are very grateful and happy to have all these players joining in. And it was nice because we also had a survey in it, and we asked them, would you recommend that game? You know, this classic, would you recommend it? And we were very happy to hear that 94% of them would recommend it. So for us, it was clearly a big success.
Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
And those community testings can be very revealing. So what did did you learn about that for your game, and how does your team evolve things before release?
Yeah, indeed, we learned a lot. First of all, we confirmed that our core game mechanic is working very well. The fact of playing with 32 players as a big group in the world, at boss fight, it was a good success. People appreciated all the co-op mechanics. The boss fight, again, they were very appreciated. And also, it's something very TLG-like. It's that we know we have gorgeous art, like gorgeous animation, gorgeous art everywhere. It's really our, I would say, our like tagline when you talk about Thunder Lotus, and we respect that and people appreciate that. It was very good. On the other end, we also had tons of feedback, and that was good because we needed feedback, obviously. And we know that we have to still work on the combat. The combat is such a big thing in our game. We want to make it more snappy. We're also going to work on some like tutorials at the beginning to make it more clear for players. We want to work also again on some communication features we have in game. We'll pimp them up to make sure that people have all the tools to communicate with each other very easily. And the last of it is also all about the difficulty. We want to make sure that every player will be able to jump in and enjoy the game with the right difficulty level. Right now, it was a bit too difficult.
So yes, and especially raids can be very difficult. They can be very demanding, sometimes elite. And do you have a different approach on that in the game?
But you said it exactly. Like raids in games, people will have the conception that you really have to dedicate yourself. You have to take time. You have to grind and like make your character more powerful. Have a group that will show up at the same time. We want to take another like vibe at this. We want to make sure that people can just open the console, go in our Darkwoods hub, equip a weapon, equip beautiful capes and ornaments because that's important, and then like just jump in. And the second you're in the world, you are with 32 other players and you play together. This is really our take on the pick up and raid, and we wanted to make sure that the game will be easy to access, but yet still be challenging. And this is our biggest challenge, I would say, because it's easy to make just a game that is very easy, but it still has to be fun, challenging to the player. So this is really our focus in the past few months, where we want to make sure that our game will be perfectly balanced for this, yet very accessible.
I love that. Accessibility is so important. But I remember you talked about the tutorials. Did anybody beat the tutorials, actually?
It's a funny moment. So we know that at tutorials, we have this kind of torture chamber where you have to die. We want you to die to just stop this and go to the yeah, it's like you can keep going. But someone was able to just survive the whole thing, and it was very impressive to see this. Some people are very dedicated, and props to these players because we love them a lot. But he did manage to die at some point, I guess, otherwise he wouldn't keep going in the game, but that's it. We have very dedicated players for this, and he made it.
I love that story. So he made the impossible possible.
Every players will always show us that everything is possible.
But you also got something new coming up, a new realm. Can you tell us more about that?
Yes, exact. So in the beta, in the closed beta, we introduced a new world, which is about Purgatorio. So right now, just as a little reminder, when you join the game, you start in Inferno. This is where you'll play with 32 players. And then when you join Purgatorio, it's a smaller zone, so it's 22 players, and it's going to be it's going to be way much more rough. It's more challenging and demanding. In terms of the area, it looks very different. There's a lot of like ashes everywhere. It's clearly another mood. A lot of like monastery and like abandoned places everywhere. But the biggest thing about Purgatorio is the fact that the monsters are all different. In Inferno, we have a roster of monster with variation. In Purgatorio, we have a whole different monster-like roster. And what's cool with them is that we introduce more co-op mechanic between them. So we have monsters that are able to eat each other. So they can be a pain sometimes in some fights. They have some that can slow players down. They have some that can make other monsters invulnerable for a short time. So we wanted to challenge the player differently to make sure that they will use all the roles of the different weapons in an efficient way and just challenge them in a different way with the other world.
So a lot of diversity, a lot to explore and watch out for, definitely.
Yes, exact. And by the way, please note that they are support, but they will still hurt you because yes, it's about dying again.
I see what the whole thing is about your game.
We're very sorry.
We talked about the beta moments ago. Will some of those insiders see evolution in the game?
Yes, and what's nice is that when you play a zone, you have access to a big boss fight at the end. Inferno was a Lucifer boss fight, which was very exciting. And for Purgatorio, we go with an Adam and Eve fight in the Garden of Eden. We were...
Associare questo gioco al purgatorio, proprio con personaggi anche religiosi, a voglia. Che immaginazione, il purgatorio.
We weren't sure to push it out, but the goal was to have feedback on the gameplay. So when we put it out, it was very rough. It was all...
Ovviamente Adamo ed Eva, quelle lì sono le prime cose che ti insegnano anche all'elementare, cioè saper realizzare un personaggio come se fosse un'ambientazione tipo il Purgatorio di Dante, oppure solo questo verde rappresentare il giardino di Adamo ed Eva. Primi uomini assoluti nella terra. Insomma, speriamo solo che molte persone non si lamentino di questo fatto, e molti sicuramente potrebbero anche lamentarsi solo di questa cosa, che comunque Adamo ed Eva c'è a parte ancora parte di una parte religiosa, tra virgolette. Ma sarà difficile, cioè, mi potrebbe fare casino su questa tipologia di tema. Potrebbe anche darsi che qualcuno faccia con che casino, specialmente con un tema del genere.
All pink and placeholder with rough animations, and it was very fine with us because we wanted gameplay on feedback on gameplay, which we did. And then right now we are working a lot to make sure that all the official assets for Adam and Eve will be like completely done, and we'll have tons of more info about the fight soon. But they're gonna look great. Animation will be done, VFX will be done. It's gonna be pretty nice.
I can really feel that your heart is beating for the community and the feedback. So if anybody else wants to join, how do we keep up with 33 Immortals?
Well, the team is very dedicated.
Ridicolo, dai. Ma la mettiamo poi dopo i sottotitoli, tanto affinché è solo musica. non ho ancora
And that was Commando's origin. I'm pretty good, didn't it?
Sick.
Now, to Warhammer 40k Space Marine. Henry, did you know it was released back in 2011? What? Now, 13 years later, Space Marine 2 is nearly ready to make landfall. Here with more, please welcome Saber Interactive's Chief Creative Officer, it's Tim Willits. How you doing, Tim?
Thank you for having me.
Well, are you having a good Gamescom so far?
This has been a great Gamescom, and the reception on the game has been great.
Amazing, wonderful. We got some questions for you. You got the first one, didn't you, love?
Yeah, I'd like to know, because this is a follow-up to the game that released back then, and knowing that there's quite a following to the Space Marine universe. I mean, the game itself, that the IP that the franchise is based on, has been ongoing for many years. Yeah. What's it like working with a team like Games Workshop to bring something like that to life?
Nice.
Yes, it's been a great honor for us to work with Games Workshop and to also work on the in the Warhammer 40,000 universe. You know, this universe was created 45 years ago, and the influence that it has had on video games that we've played for decades, I don't think many people realize. You know, working with Games Workshop, you know, we worked hand in hand on the story, the setup, the Space Marine chapters, even like the enemies that you fight. So it was a great collaborative effort.
Yeah, no, I can totally imagine. And because of that, with 45 years, you say, of history, I imagine there's quite a challenge when it comes to making a sequel to a popular game for core fans who've been with you the whole time, but even trying to entice new folks who, like myself, I haven't played the first Space Marine game. So I'd love to hear a little bit more about, you know, what does this mean for those who have played for ages or maybe uninitiated to 40k?
Yes, that's a great question. It was definitely a challenge to create a game that both respected the franchise, respected the fans, but also was approachable enough for people to play it. Now, I know you said you haven't played Space Marine 1.
Please don't hurt me, Tim. I'll get round to it.
That is totally fine. Yes. Don't worry that, you know, if you haven't played the franchise,
alla faccia quanti ce ne sono da ammazzare.
Over the top, in your face
Non immagino chi porterà nel proprio nei propri canali. È una roba pazzesca.
The fans that have been there all along the way, they played the originals.
Stendierebbe 3 ore.
Your community, basically, in focusing your development team to make sure the sequel is just right for them too.
Yes. The community, the Warhammer 40,000 community is intense. It's millions strong, and
well, they love it, right?
They love it.
Passionate amount of love, yeah.
Yes, and so working with Games Workshop, they have their community team, they have their expert writers, and we have talked to the community. We made sure that we are delivering the game and the experience that really is true to the franchise, and to really make you a true Space Marine, that power fantasy of being the most badass soldier in the universe.
I mean, have you seen the sort of stuff they're up against? It's crazy, right?
I was going to say, looking at it, that was going to be my next question, actually, is how is this love and this influence reflected in the action and the pace of the game that we're looking at here? Because this looks, well, you said it's quite intense. It looks really full on.
Yeah.
Yes. The key to Space Marine 2 is both the complex melee system and the range combat. You know, one of the things that you will see is, you know, Titus has to use everything in his arsenal, from blocks to hits to dodges to grabs to glory kills.
Nice.
It's really a very visceral, intense, and in your face.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks so good. So do all of them have different kind of that up-close melee ability that we just saw as well? I know there are multiple folks you can play.
Yes.
Yeah.
So one of the great things about the game is we have a campaign where you play as Titus, and he has 2 squad mates whom the computer can play them, or your buddies can play with you.
Oh, fun, okay.
Yes. And then we have a PvE campaign where you can play as your own Space Marine.
Ooh.
And you can customize your Space Marine. You can be the chapter that you want. You know, you can upgrade.
That's great.
And then that also leads to PvP. So you can go head-to-head with other humans playing as Space Marines.
Oh, that sounds good.
Absolutely.
That's a bit of us. I like that. And there's the range stuff that we're seeing here now, yeah.
This is the thing, like, the action is very intense, and at times the number of enemies can get quite overwhelming as well. It's not just about the fact that you're dealing with someone far away, maybe someone up close, because I can deal with one dude.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that.
He's fine with that.
Tell me about the sort of technology you've had to develop to allow for there to be so much going on screen at once.
Yes, so the key critical component of this experience.
That was sick.
Yes, that is an awesome glory kill.
We just need to quickly go, nice job, Tim. Like that, Tim.
Yes. So the Swarm engine. The Swarm engine was developed by Saber Interactive in World War Z, and that has been developed, and now we're in Swarm Engine 2, where we can bring, massive amounts of Tyranids, never seen before, and they just come at you and they break apart, and every one of those Tyranids, based on our new AI director, starts thinking, and they're thinking about killing you, and it is an over-the-top war, like epic. Like never seen before, epic war where you are the main fighter.
And is this just going around in the skybox? Because I don't know about you, Henry, but the idea of like loads of Tyranids flying at me sounds kind of fun. Is it something that you can see from a distance, or are they like coming at you?
Yeah, they're much scarier.
They're just Tyranids!
Yes, especially when there are hundreds and hundreds.
Well, yeah, that's true.
Yes,
Yeah.
but they come at you with everything, and you need to use every weapon in your arsenal. Every move that you practice to
Veramente c'è da impazzire qui. Per chiunque comunque porterebbe una roba del genere c'è da impazzire. Bella grafica, ma il gioco è da impazzire veramente. Sì, ti darà poi la sensazione che non finiscano mai sti persone da ammazzare.
alive. You can see here where the Tyranids are moving into the battlefield, and they're just on their way. It's nuts. And as they approach, they immediately break out into individual units that have their own AI.
I was going to say, how does that work with the swarm? Are they all on a set path, or as soon as they land, is it just like the fastest route they can get to you and start messing you up?
So our new advanced AI director coordinates the battle.
Nice.
So the swarm can come from different directions. The swarm kind of like breaks apart, like when they separate. That can happen at different times, based on the state of the battle, based on what you're doing, and based on what your Space Marine buddies are doing.
Tim, you've done it again. Did you see that one?
No,
that one was sick. And watch the show back.
That one was.
Oh,
yeah.
yes. I'm so distracted. This looks so good.
You just said that they assess what the state of the battle is.
Yeah.
Does that mean they're also reactive? And if they're thinking, oh, he's got this lane covered, let's direct some around here to sort of flank. Is that the sort of thing you're talking about?
Yes. So you are a Space Marine. You're a Primaris Ultramarine, okay? But we can't make the game super easy for you.
Nah.
So you'll feel like, yeah, I'm bashing these Tyranids, but then they overwhelm you. And then the AI director can bring in more advanced units from different directions. They can flank you. So the ultimate goal is to feel like you're not going to survive, to feel like this is you're going to lose, but you make it and you win, and it's a great feeling.
It's like at every opportunity you're just about to close the gap, feel like you're getting ahead, and then you guys are just like Sebulba, just chucking a wrench in my engines, and I'm falling back again, and it's all over. Got to work from scratch again.
Yes.
Crazy.
Yes. It's very
Good
intense.
reference, Henry.
Oh, thanks.
Very on brand for you. I like it. Yeah, that gameplay we were just looking at, by the way, the sheer size of it. Yeah, here we go. Look at this.
Oh yeah.
I mean, we can see a little bit of the swarm here. Maybe.
Yeah, that's a flying. They're flying Tyranids. In this particular battle, they're attacking these huge radio towers, and you just destroy them as you try to survive, because they start landing. Different units start landing on the same platform that you're on. And as you can see, there's lots of ways that you can go about killing bad guys.
Yeah, not for you, mate.
So it's not just mindless violence. There is also quite a lot of objectives, mechanics to be following as well.
Strategy, yeah.
Yes. So if you played the first one, and I know you haven't, that's okay.
This is homework to do. I understand.
This is our melee system is much more advanced. It's much
Ora
deeper,
un'oretta,
and
dai,
our
raga.
ranged combat system is also
Un'oretta
much
abbastanza
more
precisa.
advanced. So it's
Poi dopo
I like to call it
faccio
the
partire
dance of
l'altro
death,
gioco.
where you have your melee, your blocks, your reactions, your critical hits, and then you can also pull up your ranged weapons, take out enemies from a distance, and you really need to learn.
Questo gioco è troppo sarebbe troppo persino per me. Non mi piace. Troppo da sparare.
I'm clearly guessing that if you let that get to zero.
Yes. Mission over for you.
Right.
Yes.
Persona, un'oretta, quindi 16:43. Per le 17:43 finiamo.
Definitely.
Absolutely. Were there any other
Non
technical
per il
developments
gioco.
that really plussed up Space Marine 2, by the way?
This is our own technology.
Nice.
And when you build the technology for a game, you can make it awesome. You know, we talked about the swarm. We talked about the AI director. It's crossplay.
No.
Yes.
Ooh, I love
Yeah.
that.
So you can beat up your buddies.
I will.
You know,
You
and
will.
You're
yes.
first, by the way.
Yeah, I can tell.
Yes, and then you can play solo, you can play PvE, and there's a full-fledged PvP mode as well. So it's a very dense game. It's as dense as a Space Marine.
Oh, I love it. So give us some more juicy information. When can we actually get our hands on it?
So Space Marine 2 comes out September 9th. If you pre-order it now, you can play it early.
Yes,
It's right around the corner.
Wow.
We're testing the servers, making sure that the infrastructure can survive the Tyranid horde that's
Nice.
coming. We feel good. The reactions to the gamers here playing it is great. We're excited and we want to get it out the door.
Dove vado un secondo in bagno e ci
It
diamo
sounds
un
like you're super
attimo,
busy.
raga.
We'll let you get back to work on getting on the horde. Thanks for
Yes.
stopping by.
Running out of time, Tim. Crack on, bud.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it though. I'm definitely playing.
Yeah, for
100%.
sure.
Well, coming up though, our friends at Xbox Game Studios show us how nations are made in our history untold, and then we're going to catch up with the team from Obsidian Entertainment to give you guys, an exclusive gameplay presentation direct from the Avowed Theatre here at Gamescom. But first up, it's what First Descendant fans have been looking forward to all year long. It's Invasion's right around the corner, and we also got a look at what you can expect. And we also just learned, by the way, Charlie, that the newest Descendant, Haley's character trailer, will be revealed before the update goes live August 29th, so stay tuned for that. But in the meantime, have a look at this.
Turn the ship around. We'll put it back.
We managed to fend off our enemy's large-scale attack, but the war is far from over. The Colossus still threatens us, and our enemies are plotting new strategies. Can Ingress ever find true peace? Has Corel really given up on the war? After Corel's fleet disappeared, the Vulgus began moving from deep within the dungeon to raid the Ancestors' facilities in Ingress and reclaim the outpost. Detecting this, Ingress immediately dispatched a scout. That scout's name is Haley. Haley, who rose from a supply soldier in the guerrilla unit to a legendary sniper, is now a newcomer in the Descendant Corps. Ruthlessly eliminating enemies with her anti-material sniper rifle, she dominates battles with her ability to drop her body temperature and emit cold air when her emotions run high. When shooting from a distance, her weapon's critical hit multiplier increases, making her an excellent fit for sniper rifles. She possesses sub-zero bullets that fire multiple shots in an instant, and a storm snare that pushes back and rapidly cools down enemies in front. Above all, Haley's specialty is switching to her anti-material sniper rifle and firing a single, incredibly powerful shot, stronger than any other attack. In Season 1, the Vulgus launches a new strategy, the Invasion. Invasions occur randomly in 2 dungeons of the hard difficulty infiltration operations. Players can choose to enter between the existing operations or the invasions. Invasion dungeons are only available for solo play, testing the strength of the Descendants. 3 Vulgus legions will block the Descendants with different defense mechanisms. The quantum field creates an immortal state, impervious to physical attacks. The Resonance Shatterers cause massive explosions with the energies of RK and the Iron Heart. The Keeper Tile encryption device maintains a powerful security system.
Bello!
Invasion dungeons present new mechanics
Questo
that
è più bello
disrupt the
sicuramente di quello che avevamo
Descendants'
visto pochi
Solve
secondi
these
fa.
enemies' mechanisms and swiftly eliminate them. Invasion dungeons are designed for speed runs, and the faster you clear them, the greater the rewards that await.
Vedere un gioco dove spari tutto il tempo mi sembra abbastanza pesante, invece quando lo trovi un gioco che magari un po' spari, un po' parli.
This resonance grants the Descendants new powers. It's the season growth inversion
Poi c'è proprio anche dietro una storia e quello
is a new growth
ti
system
invoglia a
that resets at the start of each
giocarsi per
season.
conto
It
mio.
includes 5 types: hunting, attributes, recovery, survival, and seasons. Through the inversion reinforcement, Descendants gain beneficial effects for progressing through seasonal content, and can also obtain effects that compensate for their weakness. Each season, we plan to tailor and replace the inversion reinforcement effects, providing effects that perfectly fit the seasonal content. In addition to a new descendant, a new ultimate descendant will be introduced in Season 1. Ultimate Freyna, who has evolved Arcade's toxicity into a more powerful weapon, will make her debut. In Season 1, you can discover Freyna's exclusive story and uncover the tale behind the name of her skill, Room Zero Trauma. Excava is an assault rifle with powerful versatility. It can be obtained through the Battle Pass and is also available as a free reward. Excava charges voltage when attacking enemies and has a unique effect of firing the charged voltage as an energy grenade. It is a versatile weapon that combines the inherent versatility of an assault rifle with a powerful shot. Frost Watcher is a scout rifle that can be farmed through the Season 1 content. When hitting enemies from long range, it reduces chill
Sono belli
resistance
giochi
and
perché
enhances
comunque
the
così
damage
perlomeno
bonus
ti
chill
danno uno
skills, making it a
scopo
perfect fit for
della
Viesa and
storia
Haley.
del videogioco. Non è che è soltanto uno spara
If you've prepared a new
e
descendant,
basta.
ultimate weapon, and
E si
inversion
attirano
growth, it is
parecchio
now
anche
time to face the most powerful Colossus, Deathstalker. Deathstalker lurks in the darkness of the void, targeting the life of descendants. It is stronger than any Colossus encountered so far. To protect Albion from the threat of Deathstalker, we must once again venture into the void, unravel the mysteries within the darkness, and intercept Deathstalker. The first Descendants first season begins on August 29th with Haley, a new Descendant, Ultimate Freyna, and the new Ultimate Weapons. New episodes, dungeon content, and void intercept battles await you in Albion, Descendants. The First Descendant, Season 1 Invasion. Play for free.
Ah, vabbè. Ad agosto. Non ho visto solo... cioè...
The First Descendant, Season 1 Invasion. Play for free.
Season, agosto, 29 agosto, boh... segnato altro. Invasion. Dove che... Sox... Series... 1.
Hi, I'm Carrie Patel here at the Avowed booth.
Questa è... Game direttore... Obisland. Direttore.
Gamescom. We're so excited to introduce you to the Dawn Treader quest and dungeon. And in just a moment, you'll get a walkthrough from senior narrative designer Kate Dollarhide, who's also the writer for this quest, and our community support manager, Chris Stanek. Don't forget to wishlist Avowed on Xbox and Steam, and look out for our release on February 18th. Thank you for joining us, and welcome to the world of Aora.
Hi, I'm Kate Dollarhide. I'm a narrative designer at Obsidian Entertainment.
Hi, I'm Chris Stanek, the community
Community support manager.
support manager here at Obsidian Entertainment.
We're so excited to show you Avowed. I'm going to be walking us through the dungeon.
I'm going to be playing the game.
So let's get into it. Let's jump in. All right,
Vedere
so
io
the
posso giocare,
envoy
va.
finds themselves in a dungeon in the first region of the game called Dawnshore. They're searching for an Adherent expedition team that's gone missing. The expedition team was here looking for a holy relic that is supposedly in the keeping of the Oracle of Aethys, a man named Sargamus. And the expedition team hasn't shown up for the last few days, so let's check in with Sargamus and see if he knows what happened to them.
I'm sure he knew something.
Maybe.
Maybe.
It has been too long. I had feared I was the last of us, but you... Oh, the very sight of you is a balm for the soul. I am the Oracle Sargamus, servant of the once shining god. He whose light has lately dimmed. What brings you to this sacred space?
So you can see at the top here we have an Arcane Scholar background check. That was selected at character creation. When you play the game, you'll have an option of 5 background checks to choose from. We chose Arcane Scholar because we're playing a wizard and it just felt right. But let's check the lore, tooltips, and conversation review feature.
All right.
Chris, if you wouldn't mind.
Of course.
Thank you. All right, so on the left here we have the conversation history feature. This is going to allow us to scroll back through conversations we've already been through and just, check on anything we might have missed that we wanted to confirm. And you'll notice here that the words Once Shining God have been highlighted. This is our lore tooltip feature. Once Shining God is a reference to the god Aethys, the god of redemption, light, rebirth. He's also Sargeras' god. So here on the left side of the screen, we have a short paragraph about who Aethys is, his context, and a menu where you can select different lore tooltips. So these tooltips are helpful for us to, deliver lore from the world of Aora to players who are new to the setting or who are returning after a long time away, and just get everyone up to speed without bogging down the dialogue with a lot of exposition. So these are super helpful for us and hopefully for you. Let's back out of that. All right, I'm looking for an expedition of my countrymen. Did they pass this way?
An expedition? I'm afraid I don't understand.
An expedition? You know, treasure maps, matching outfits, campfire songs, the works.
I am familiar with the concept, tomb raiding and the like. What troubles me is why they would come here. These ruins are not so different from the many others on this island, except that they are a good deal more treacherous. And this representation of Aethys we stand before, it is the work of my own hands. They could not hope to move it. Do you know what their purpose is here?
Let's select option 2. They were searching for a relic you're rumored to keep here.
Ah, the splinter of Aethys. I suppose it was too much to hope they were here to examine these exquisite ruins. Truly, it is their loss.
Where do you keep the relic? I might find them there.
It rests in a shrine deep within this temple complex, beyond the reach of looters, visitors, or indeed, myself. The path to the relic has fallen to ruin. Some sections are flooded, and others are infested with all manner of creatures. Although, perhaps you might assist me with that.
If you're about to ask us to tidy up, think again. My place is a much bigger mess.
Oh, no. I had something far grander in mind. You see, this construction beside us is no mere statue, but a reliquary I have built to house the splinter of Aethys in its appropriate grandeur. It is nearly complete, and ready for the splinter to be interred. But I can no longer reach the relic on my own. Return it to me, and who knows, perhaps you will meet your expedition along the way.
All right, I'll be back before you can say 10 praise Aethyses.
I am most grateful. Oh, and please refrain from touching my statue or devices. May light illuminate your path, cousin.
All right, so Sargeras had quite a lot to say there, but essentially he was saying that he didn't see the expedition team that we're looking for, but if they're looking for the relic, that might be where they are. And it just so happens that he also needs this relic to complete his statue here. His beautiful statue.
He worked really, really hard on it.
He has. He's put a lot of stuff on that.
It's like when my son makes things out of popsicles.
It is giving Lego. So, you made me lose my train of thought. You're demonic. So, looks like our quest marker is pointing us to an area down below us, but I see that Chris wants to explore a little bit, so let's look at these breakable boards. It's got a sword symbol there. Can we get the sword out?
Yeah.
Leave those be. They protect my devices.
Oh, I don't think he liked that.
Yeah, he'll be fine. Surely he won't hold it over us later.
Let's leave those alone for now and keep exploring. So, ooh, more breakable boards. Awesome. Let's hop across this chasm. Keep heading up. So we have designed Avowed with a lot of vertical space in mind to make use of our parkour system. So it always pays when you're exploring.
Ma anche
So
graficamente è
have a look
molto
around.
bello.
Always look up. You never know what you'll find.
Chissà
Like
cosa
this
esiste sto
chest.
gioco.
Ooh, we've got an accessory and some crafting materials. That's open up the inventory screen, take a look at that. So that's going to be Night Mistress's Favor. This is going to give us additional essence for standing next to our companions. Essence is what spellcasters cast their spells from. It's our... I can't remember what the word is now.
It's our resource.
It's our spell resource.
Yes,
it's our spellcasting resource, of course. So Night Mistress's Favor is going to allow us to cast more spells for longer by generating additional essence when we stand next to our friend Kai. So let's look at the character screen. All right, so we have attribute points on the left and our character sheet on the right. You will have seen the attribute points come up in conversation. We select a number of those at character creation and then a few points here and there on level up. So we have put a number of points into intellect because we're playing a wizard. So we want that additional essence and that elemental resistance to give us a little more survivability in combat. Now let's turn to our character sheet. You can see that we're level 6. We are close to getting a new level, close enough. We've got our background there. And then our health, essence, stamina, data, all those good stats that you can keep track of over the course of the game. So let's look at abilities. All right, we have put quite a number of points in the wizard ability tree because we're playing as a wizard. The first one we selected was the Wand Mastery passive. This is going to give us the ability to do additional damage with wands. Because we're double wielding wands, that's going to allow us to do a lot of additional damage. And then down below it, we've got the Blood Magic passive. This is a really fun way to play and definitely one of QA's favorites. Blood Magic essentially lets us start casting from our health when we run out of essence. So if we're slinging spells back and forth in combat, we don't have to use an essence potion, we can just start using our health. It's a risky strategy, but it is very powerful. Let's look at Grimoire Mastery. All right, Grimoire Mastery does a number of things. First, it lets us use higher level spells as we upgrade the ability. It also lets us memorize spells from our grimoires. So if you have a grimoire you really like, but you get a new one that's cool and you want to try, you can spec into some of those spells from your previous grimoire and then toss it aside and pick up your new one. Let's look at our active
Questo dovrebbe essere in teoria il menu come l'hanno realizzato del videogioco.
Okay, so active abilities, we've got a Corrosive Siphon. This pairs very well with Blood Magic. So essentially with Corrosive Siphon, you use this ability on enemies, it steals health from them and returns it to you. As a Blood Mage, this means that I can cast more spells for longer and I don't have to worry about dying in combat.
We're not gonna die.
Never. You've never died while doing this.
I haven't, and I don't plan on it.
Unkillable?
I'm offended that it was even brought up.
I'm sorry. I won't bring it up again. Our other active here is Arcane Veil. This is your classic magical barrier ability. Because we're playing a wizard, we're wearing light armor, we want to be light, we want to be nimble, move around the battlefield quickly, but that also means we're opened up to a lot of additional damage. Arcane Veil is going to help us catch some of that damage and not take it ourselves. And then down here we've got Bristling Frost. This is a spell we learned from our grimoire. Bristling Frost is going to create a ring of frost on the ground at your feet, and it's going to deal accumulated freeze damage to any melee units that come and get up in your business.
They're going to try. They're not going to make it, though.
No, you won't let them.
That's right.
You're just that good.
Well, let's not go crazy, because what's going to happen is I'm going to die so many times just now because of this.
Prima ti dà l'effetto dell'acqua e poi dopo, una volta che entra nell'acqua, può stare tranquillamente. Ah, ma deve essere anche veloce. La barra in alto indicherà sicuramente l'ossigeno della persona.
Alright, it looks like we're coming into Sargemus's old workshop. We've got some Audra there attached to some wires.
Un po' come se fosse una persona normale, cioè una persona normale sott'acqua. Una persona normale sott'acqua non è che sopravviverebbe più di tanto. E la stessa cosa l'hanno messa anche qui nel gioco, sotto l'acqua non si regge più di tanto, un po' come nella vita reale.
Yeah, so Audra is central to the universe of Pillars of Eternity, where the people, plants, animals die, their soul leaves their body, flies into the nearest Audra pillar, and then goes deep into the earth to re-enter the cycle of reincarnation.
Sounds like a lot of work.
But can you argue with the results?
No, you're right.
All right, so it looks like we've got a godless sigil here. Excellent, and a essence generator there in the back. So the essence generator is going to unlock that godless sigil, but let's see what's actually being locked here. Top down in the water. All right, it's a gate. Excellent. Ooh, and there's a chest back there. I want to know what's in that chest, but I don't see an easy way into this room.
Cascata in trappola! In mezzo alla griglia sott'acqua la persona sta rischiando di perdere le o va subito in superficie.
Just check this area a little more thoroughly.
O rischia di morire. Ma per fortuna il gioco poi ti si... Quindi una volta che la persona muore...
Nice.
I was going to try ram it again, but I don't think you would have liked if I tried to ram it again.
Here we have an essence generator. This is going to unlock that gate. You can see that it has an electricity symbol on it, so that means we need something with electricity to turn the generator on. For us, that's going to be an electric lily seed, an electricity spell, or if you have a companion with you who uses electricity, you could use their ability too. For us, we're going to need an electric lily seed, so why don't we get that equipped?
I finally feel like I'm on a cooking show where something's pre-cooked. You're like, and here's the chicken.
And here's the switch. Yes, you did it. All right, so the generator is running. We've got an accessory and some crafty materials. Let's pop open the inventory and see what we have. Band of Transcendent Suffering. So we're going to deal 10% additional damage, but also take 10% additional damage. It's a little risk, a little reward. I think it's going to be fun. Let's equip it.
I like it.
All right, back to swimming, following our quest beacon here. It looks like we're coming up on Sargamis's library, an enormous library, which is pretty impressive in the world of Aora, where there is no printing press, so all these books are handwritten. It looks like we also have a number of red dots in our mini-map in the top left corner. That means there's enemies nearby, so let's deal with these spiders. What do you want to do, Chris?
Oh, I'm going to sneak up on them and I'm going to get
them. Sneak up on them, all right. Nice.
Quick and quiet.
Gonna be a power attack to that spider. Arcane Veil, Corrosive Siphon, spread the love around.
Oh yeah.
Spiders
love the Corrosive Siphon.
All right, Another power attack on that spider. We're building up that stun meter over time. That's going to allow us to do a special attack when the stun meter's full.
Beh, è molto tranquillo per essere un boss. Solitamente li vedi talmente agitati che sembra che qualcuno gli corra dietro. Però questo boss è veramente molto tranquillo. Metteresti veramente poco a sfoggiare così lento. Tosto.
Thankfully, Kai has an ability that will let us get right past that. Let's use Kai's fire starter ability.
Ready, bang.
And that should burn right away. There we go.
It's always handy to have a useful friend around.
A guy who can do tricks.
Yeah, right?
He always has a lighter.
And, I'm walking around, I run into a web, I'm like, there it is. I got to get Kai. Call him up.
He's dependable. That's what we say about Kai. All right, so I don't see any sign of the expedition team, but what I do see are some Zorops and a water beetle. So let's join their party. Ooh, it looks like that damage we did to the water beetle is filled up again because he's being healed by the Zorop Elder. So we're gonna need to take out that Elder right away. Yeah, burn him down with Corrosive Siphon.
Get all my health back.
Looking good. Arcane Veil's active. We're healed again. Kai's getting in the mix.
Good.
Oh, we got Bristling Frost. Excellent. So we're dealing some accumulated frost damage.
Oh, I'm going to get the Zorop up here. Thinks he's cheeky.
Where'd he go?
There he is.
Running away from us.
Did he jump up there? No. Beetle left? Yeah, the beetle's left. The little beetles.
Oh, he's so fast.
He's nimble.
There you go. Nice.
Did it.
All right. Done and dusted. Let's keep moving.
You didn't doubt that I was going to die there, did you? Like,
I thought about it.
Okay.
I thought about it, but I was like, no.
All right.
I trust Chris.
I remember that.
Yeah. Okay, so we are still looking for the expedition team. Let's poke around this area and see if there's anything interesting we can find. I see 2 godless sigils above a locked gate. And there's something in there these ruins don't want us to get to. Thankfully, there's a wire on the left and a wire on the right. I think those are going to go to the essence generators. So the one on the left was going below us. Let's pop down there and see what we can find. Yes, there it is. All right, that's one down. Where's the other? Should be close by. It was right off to the right. Oh, there it is in that gap.
Right, oh,
on the left.
Right there, right there, right there.
Yeah, there it is.
Got it. Boom.
Nice. All right, with both those sigils activated, the gate is open. We can get our prize from the sarcophagus. Bitter bonding. Let's check that out.
All right.
All right, 10% of weapon damage restored as health. This is going to be super helpful for us as blood mages. So as we're doing damage, we're going to get a little bit of health back. That sounds fun to me. Let's equip it.
You got it. Pardon me, Kai.
All right. So I think we're near the relic. We haven't seen the expedition team yet, but we might as well pick up the relic while we're here.
There's the relic.
It's really shiny.
It can't be as easy as just grabbing it.
Ooh. But I don't think the ruins liked us taking that relic. So we've had a bit of an earthquake, and it spawned some skeletons.
Hello, friends.
Hope you're ready for a skeleton fight.
Yeah. Always ready for
Vabbè,
a skeleton
giusto
fight.
qualche nemico, un po' di ossa che camminano.
Always ready for a skeleton
fight.
Però noi nella realtà siamo così, cioè se dovessimo togliere via tutta la carne, per dire, cioè la pelle, i muscoli,
Alright, that's one down. Tower attack. Oh, a grenade as he jumps. Nice.
tutte le vene, saremmo esattamente così.
Is there another one?
I'm being sloppy.
Se fossimo solo ossa.
There he is.
Oh,
it's this guy.
Really,
That's why.
Oh, it's the fighter.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
We got something for him.
All right, so he's got a shield,
That wasn't
which
it.
means we're going to need to break his defense in order to deal damage to him. That's
And
why
then
Chris is using a
Kai's-
power attack here. Chris is gonna use Kai's companion ability to hit that skeleton, and he's toast. Now we've got a mini boss, the Godless Executioner. Oof.
Try again, try again.
Try again.
It's okay. He'll get me one day.
This guy hits hard, and he has a very extensive range, so we want to stay.
He did get me a few
We want
times.
to stay out of his reach. Ooh, it looks like he's being healed. Oh, there's a priest up there. We got to get him right away.
We're gonna get you.
Arcane Veil active. Corrosive Siphon.
Melting you down. No more healing.
Melt down
We're
that
done with
priest.
that.
Excellent. All right, now we can finally do some damage to the Godless Executioner. Ooh. Good thing we have Arcane Veil active. All right, we're building up some nice stun. He's taking frost damage. He's frozen now.
Maybe he should let it go.
All right. Ooh.
Maybe Kai wants to get in on this dude.
Kai gives a hand. Oh, and Kai finishes him off. Thank you, Kai.
Such a good buddy.
Well, we still got a few more skeletons to mop up. All right, hit him with a electric lily.
Oh, no.
We're gonna need to break his defense before we can do some damage on him.
All right, I have to stop messing around. One moment.
Oh, Chris.
One moment.
There you go.
First
Get that health back.
Oh, it didn't work. I got potions.
All right.
Where are we
Resorting
at?
to a
They're
potion.
over here.
I can't believe it.
I know, it's the first time all day, too.
All right, there's the ranger.
This. And
Another
this.
electric lily.
Yes, come into my electric pool of fun. You, sir. I've had it with you. Yes.
Bristling Frost does it again.
All right, Kai, I need some help. Thank you.
Thankfully,
And
Kai's
again.
here to give us a hand.
Boom. See?
Awesome.
You were
So we
worried?
built up that stun meter, and now we got to use a special attack. I wasn't worried at all.
Okay. I was a little
I
worried.
was-
I was a little worried. That's everybody.
All right, I was a little worried.
Okay.
Hanno usato praticamente una roba di specie di ghiaccio come se
so we can
fosse
keep going.
un...
Ooh, it looks like that earthquake caused some roots to grow and this area to flood, giving us a new way out of this zone. Our quest has also updated there on the left side of the screen. Now we have a few new objectives. At this point, we have a few options. We can go back to town, Paradise, and look around the
Naturalmente
Deer
queste due
Embassy and see if
persone
there's
stanno
anybody who wants this relic that we've
giocando al
grabbed.
loro stesso
Or we can go
gioco,
back to the Oracle and say, hey, I got
un
your
po'
relic, and
come
see
il
what he
proprio
does with it.
bambino.
Or we can continue looking for the Adherent
Che
Expedition
hanno
team, which we still have not
realizzato, se lo
found.
sono
And
sviluppati,
it's
magari
looking
anche con
like
il
one
loro
of
team
our quest
di
beacons has turned into
persone.
an area beacon. It's that little circle inside the larger mini-map circle. That means there's something more to find in this area, so we maybe need to look around. Hey, I see a purple crack in the floor.
There it is. What's that?
Yeah, what's that? Let's crouch down through this
Sneak
ivy.
through
I bet there's something back here. Ooh, a hole in the floor. Perfect. Kai does not like the vibes. Oh.
This
Looks
doesn't
like
look
it.
good.
No.
Not
Looks
at
like it
all.
might be the Adherent Expedition team.
Oof, this is
Yeah.
awkward.
Yeah, that's the expedition leader's journal. That's too bad.
Well, we found the expedition. Looks like they've only been dead a few hours. But how did they get in here? They can't have come the same way we did. We swam here. What's stranger is there's not a scratch on them. No sign of what killed them. It's like every member of the expedition team just collapsed.
Looks like we passed this intellect check, so I want to select this one. They didn't get locked in here on their own. The Oracle put them here.
We're using our big brain problem solving.
That's right.
Here's an idea. This temple is full of old animancy equipment. Could he be building a giant animat? I've heard of those, but I've never seen one. They're suits of armor brought to life by bound souls, right? The Oracle couldn't have put the expedition's souls in the statue of Aethys, right?
Let's go ask him.
You're gonna do the crack?
Can try.
Oh, I can't do it either. Oh, that was a good one.
Vanno proprio alieni questi due,
Whatever the Oracle has
questo
meant for that
colorato
relic,
di
and
blu,
for
verde,
us,
un
it
po' di
can't be
viola
good,
e
envoy.
quel pesciolino
Aethys is a
finto che ha sul
dangerous god
collo.
associated with Aeora's bloodiest wars, and he recently killed thousands of people in Deadfire. Now we have a piece of him, and we're about to face a maniac who wants it desperately. Tread carefully.
So Kai is right to be concerned. He thinks the Oracle might be engaging in animancy, which in the world of Aeora is a little dicey. Animancers have a pretty poor reputation, and honestly, in much of the world, animancy is illegal or really frowned upon. Animancers are soul scientists. They use essence, or the stuff that souls are made of, to enact great magical works in the world. But also a lot of
Potevano
tragic
magari
stuff. So let's go
inventarsi
talk
una
to the
torcia da
Oracle and see what he has to say
accendere,
for
quel
himself.
tutto lì,
He's got a perfectly reasonable explanation. He seems,
qualche strumento
you know,
da usare
up and
proprio
up.
come
Yeah,
così.
yeah. There's just things that
Però poi dopo
You have been gone
apri
some
e ti trovi
Do you carry the splinter of... You have been gone...
seems,
cioè apri e trovi sta meraviglia, veramente una meraviglia sta roba, un po' come andare nel paese dei balocchi, no, quello lì è un'altra cosa, però è bellissimo, sembra essere proprio immerso con la natura, la cascata che scende in questo modo, gli alberi, come li hanno messi, un po' di verdino. Però molto bello, però devo dire che come movimento ho visto così sembra abbastanza mojo mojo. Insomma,
on the up and up. Yeah.
quello che
Yeah.
abbiamo
Just
visto
things
fino ad
that
adesso.
people do.
You
A
have
parte
been
che
gone some time.
anche loro stanno giocando in maniera molto 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 tranquilla, mentre stanno spiegando anche un po' le scelte che possono fare le persone, come spiegare un pochino il menu, cosa le cose che si possono fare all'interno del menu, eccetera.
Do you carry the splinter of Aethys?
I found the bodies of the expedition team in your workshop. Did you kill them?
Ah, I did not expect you to be so thorough in your explorations. Nevertheless, I am impressed. As to whether I killed them, well, that is a matter of semantics. Does death occur the moment the heart ceases beating, or when the soul is broken upon the wheel? In one sense, then they are quite dead. In another, they remain very much alive. In either case, they have entered a state of change, and the impetus was mine.
Let's see. It looks like we passed this perception check. You're gonna put their souls in your statue, aren't you?
Yes, you and you alone see my purpose clearly. You see, I have given them the opportunity to be part of something larger than themselves. With your help, I shall give them a new commission. To prosecute the redemption of a god.
How do you expect to redeem Aethys?
Do you carry the relic I asked you to collect?
I do carry it.
We do.
Excellent. The relic you have retrieved was stolen from Aethys' body. He is bound to it, or it to him. And before the events at Ukaizo, he would speak to me through it. He speaks to me no longer, but I believe he resonates with the splinter yet, as I do. If I am correct, when it is placed in the statue, the magnifying power of the Ardra will draw him into it, and he will be trapped. Locked into the reliquary with a chorus of furious souls acting as his conscience. He will finally begin the work of making right all the wrong he has done. All that is left is for you to place the splinter into the statue's chest. Will you do it?
I mean, we could just give it to him and he could go up there and
What
do
do you
it.
think?
We gotta go
No,
up there
I
and
want
do
to
it
do
too?
it. I want to
Okay,
do the cool
okay,
stuff.
okay.
Yes, I will put the relic
All
in the
right.
statue. I want to see where this is going to go.
Once you have placed the splinter into the statue...
I'm just saying he could go up there and do it. Like,
He's 600 years old. Give him a break. He's got brittle bones.
all right. All right, guy. This time I'll bring it up there, but next time,
It's your turn.
yeah, you're gonna fight the skeletons.
All right, let's hop up on the scaffolding. Get the relic in there. Nice.
There we are. Now, to fill the statue with essence. Do me the honor of pulling the lever. Just there.
Questo impatto è stato leggermente morto. Ho scalato leggermente morto. Ho scalato leggermente con l'energia, ma di grave.
My god Aethys. Are you
Anche per
there?
una caduta.
No. It's not working.
How long was he working on
Ha
this again?
fatto un
Few
danno
years.
da
This is
ripetere
gonna be
l'operazione.
Yeah, let's see what he has to say.
My lord Aethys has not returned. Something is missing from my design. Something I did not account for. It must be the chime. Without its ringing, he cannot hear the statue's call. My cousin, will you join my holy work and lend your chime to the cause?
So this chime that Sargemus is talking about is unique to godlike.
Però
Only
dovrebbero
godlike
mettere
chime.
un po'
It's what
meno
the gods give
scelte.
them before they're
Prende
born
una
to mark them
persona
as their
perché
own.
se le fa
As a
tutto fa
godlike of
notte.
Aethys, Sargemus has a chime given to him by Aethys. As a godlike of an unknown god, we also have a chime. So what he's essentially asking us is, will you give up what makes you special and die for my experiment? And at this point, we have a few options. We can say, sure, Sargemus, I would love to die for your statue. Or we can try to convince him that actually he should die. As a god like Aeathus, Aeathus is probably going to want his chime and not mine. Or we can attack him.
What do you want to do? You want to attack him?
I want to attack him.
We've
He's got a glowing sword. I want that sword.
Yes, we've been too nice to him today.
There's nothing to fear. You won't feel a thing.
Give him a moment to get settled.
In realtà sembra un vecchio
He's
saggio.
fast.
He is fast. See, he's just acting like
Invece loro due...
Building up some good
Un
stuff.
imbroglione.
I'm out of breath. I'm out of breath. Sir, please stop.
Ci devo fare le magie, siamo dentro di Harry Potter!
Alright, second wind is activated. We're up.
Siamo diventati Harry Potter di colpo.
Bristling frost activated.
Oltre un sacco di monotonia.
Frost accumulation, arcane veil, and corrosive siphon. Nice.
Kai will take some of the aggro.
Kai is using his companion ability. Now he's drawn the aggression. That's going to be really helpful for us.
Grenade action.
Little power attack, grenade.
Boom. Kai gets left.
Oh.
Perfect. Perfect.
Well done.
He'll put that in.
Well done.
Thank you.
Let's loot his body.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah. All right, he's got a great sword. Last light of day. Can we equip that, please?
Of course. Ooh.
Beautiful. All right. So that's not the end of this quest, but it is the end of our time together. So thank you so much for looking at Avowed. We were so excited to show this to you, and we hope to play it on February 18th. Thank you so much.
Dai, speriamo che il prossimo sia un po' più energetico, perché lì era
but
proprio...
it's even more fun to play. Here to walk us through this epic world, please welcome Xbox Game Studios executive producer Matt Turnbull. Matt, thank you so much for joining us today.
Hello, thank you so much for
non
having me.
l'abbiamo
I'm so
ancora
excited to be
visto,
here.
Oh, it's going to be a fantastic segment. How are you enjoying Gamescom so far, though?
Gamescom is my favorite event of the year.
Agreed.
Honestly, it brings so
History
much energy to
being
be able
told.
to interact with people who love games, who do those things. The booth we have this year is incredible because
It's so detailed and beautiful over there.
yeah, we're finally coming out, right? The game is finally ready. It's coming out September 24th. Have to drop the date in there. But
Check.
Yeah, check. Done. But the booth has just been a really fantastic experience. Getting to actually let people play hands-on with the game, experience the game it's the way it was meant to be played, and just feel like they could become a leader.
100%. Well, we're going to do exactly that now. I cannot wait to see this live gameplay demo we're going to do. So I'm going to let you just kick things off, get us into the game, set the scene, and I'll check in when I'll get a little bit nosy.
Anytime. You're always welcome.
Thank you, Matt.
All right, so as you probably know, our History Untold is a historical grand strategy game.
Single player, si può anche giocare in multiplayer.
And some of the other genres
Se
around,
volete invitarvi a giocare magari con degli amici o altre cose, Araf.
It's honestly not a genre that we've truly explored, truly gotten into before. We've made, obviously with the Age franchise, with RTS, but true like grand strategy, turn-based, is new territory. And luckily, we have this incredible partner, Oxide Games, that has a tremendous amount of experience, people who have worked on almost every great strategy game you've ever heard of or played. And they are such an incredible partner, and we're so excited that we get to help them bring this game to life.
Oh, stunning. Okay, so as usual, our first question when we enter a game is, what are we going to be? Who are we?
Yes, so right now you can see I've got Shaka Zulu here as the head of the Zulu Empire. He has all these different interesting abilities. We have 10 leaders here at Gamescom. Now, when the game launches, we'll have over 30 leaders available to play from.
Wow.
But we only brought 10 with us to Gamescom this year.
So you can fit in the suitcase, I get it, yeah.
Exactly. Just gonna make room. So right now, I think for today, though, I will play Nefertiti.
Lovely, okay. Why Nefertiti? What's the choice there?
So if you look at her different abilities here, you can see things like farms and their upgrades provide additional food.
Naturalmente non la faraona, quella che si mangia a pranzo a Natale. Il faraone, quelli degli antichi egizi. Degli antichi egizi. Vabbè, io adesso ho fatto un po' così, però...
Per turn. She gets big bonuses if she's next to rivers, as kind of a reference to the work on the Nile. And then as sort of a person who is very famous for being a royal wife and a queen of that pushed the religion of the worship of the Aten, the sun.
Come vedete non manca neanche più tanto, sono già passate 2 ore e 33 minuti, passate le 2 ore e mezza.
She had this opportunity to have these awesome religious abilities. So when you found a religion with her, it spreads faster and you're able to move it more. And in those early eras, it can be very, very powerful and a really strong source of prestige, which are the points you need to win the game.
Interesting. Okay, let's crack on with Nefertiti then. And here we go. This is my favorite bit, map building. What do you suggest we go for today?
Well, we've kind of pre-set up a map that we think will be a good show for us. We've got 8 nations on the map. We have average sea level. You can change everything in the game from the temperature, the humidity.
The humidity, wow.
Even the axial tilt. And so this is one of my favorites because when you imagine, you know, the Earth, you know exactly how it's tilted to the sun, right? So pretend that you was like a planet that was more tilted. In that case, the map it would generate would have a much hotter area, much
un piccolo mouse e una tastiera.
colder area, a broader cold area, depending. So it generates all of those things based off of that. Now, you get a deterministic seed, which is basically a number that you can put in, and as long as you have the same options at the same seed, it'll generate the same map, which means that if you fall in love with a map, I fall in love with a map, we can share it.
Oh, I love that. Okay, awesome. And
right.
what was the size of the map we went on here? Because I know, especially when we call this a grand strategy game and referring to some of the other games you've mentioned already, map size and scale and detail is so important. So A, what are we doing today? And B, what options do you have there?
Yeah, so honestly, the game has a number of different map options. At its largest map size, you can fit up to 36 nations on there, all at once.
Goodness
and
me.
thanks to the power of simultaneous turns, which is one of the unique innovations in Aura, the players are able to all take their action within the time tournament, whatever the time limit is, you set in multiplayer and then a single player as long as you want, and then you submit the turn and all the actions resolve simultaneously.
And it goes, okay, interesting.
And so you can play with 36 players and it's totally functional.
Doesn't feel like
it wouldn't really work to play 36 players one at a time at a time at a time.
Yeah, with a cup of tea, like, come on, lads.
I would take off for a while, you know, and then come back and it still wouldn't be my turn.
Absolutely. So what's this exposition that we just got at the beginning of? And also Act 1 is an interesting thing to read.
Yeah, so in our History Untold, the game is broken into 3 acts. Now, you play the same leader from the very beginning of the game all the way to the modern era. When we say a History Untold, what we're talking about is the untold history of this alternate Earth, this alternate life of this alternate ruler. And so you play the same history, you play the same ruler, the same nation. You take them from the beginning of the first agrarian, the first farms, all the way to the modern era, and even a little bit into the singularity age.
Oh, God. Okay, well, let's jump in. I want to see this first bit, and I'm picking up on that singularity bit because that sounds wild.
All right, so one of the first things you probably notice is that Aura has a kind of a different presentation. You know, a lot of these games are inspired by board games, you know, hexes, tiles, and I love those. But with Aura, we really wanted to deliver the player fantasy of being a leader of a real world, the choices you make. And so there are things like organic borders, so where the river goes is where the natural borders are.
Oh, I love that.
And you could do other things like, if you zoom out and look around, sometimes you'll see mountain peaks out in the distance because your people could see those mountains. For right now, though, it looks like we have a nice little temperate forest here, some plains that are lovely. We've got some grains available, and we can zoom all the way down and see.
Oh my goodness, you get so close.
Yeah, there's some wheat growing over here, and then if I zoom in over here, you can see some rice that I could turn into some rice farms. Over here, it looks like there's some dangerous predators, in this case, some wolves.
Oh, interesting. Okay. What are they? Do they move freely around the map, or would you go to engage them over there?
So you have to hunt them in order to be able to take advantage of this area. In the early areas, I have the scout.
Sì, non manca più tanto arrivare a 56, anche se ci fermiamo leggermente prima, perché tanto poi non arrivi anche solo verso 54-55 già.
Which is a unit that can go out and do some great stuff. So I'm going to send my scout there.
43
You can see how with simultaneous turns, they haven't made their full move, but they've indicated where they'll go.
Interesting.
One of the fun things about simultaneous turns is you can cancel orders at any time.
Oh, wow.
And so the game has the depth and complexity of like a grand strategy game with layer after layer after layer. As you set up all your moves, you'll see what all the impact will be, and then you can go, you know what, actually, I'm going to wind it back.
That's good.
And none of it will go off until you hit end turn. So let's go ahead and get our scout moving. and make one other big decision that we make at turn 1, which is what to build. So
interesting, yes, because there's decisions are very, very important when it comes to these strategy games, and I'm sure we're going to go through quite a lot of them anyway. But what's this first one that players are going to meet as soon as they start?
Yeah, so the very first thing you have is you have the ability to improve your cities. Now, Ara is a game about people. It's about your citizens. It's about their quality of life, you know, their happiness, their health, their education. And you improve your lands with what we call improvements that can do things like improve their quality of life or provide them with additional housing. So the first thing we're going to build is a farm, and that's going to help us with some initial growth. And
we
also,
have the same strategy here.
Yeah, you got to do it. And
So
especially
good.
with Nefertiti, it's just a great option. And so you can see the little ghostly outline is telling me that that'll show up too. And so when I hit next turn now, you see everything begins. My scout makes their move. You can see the people have begun work on their farm.
Oh, that's so nice.
You know, there are people working away at the
going,
thing.
whistling away. Good stuff.
Yeah, over here I've got my great hearth, which is sort of the center of our power right now, where our leader lives. Then if I go back over here, I see my scout is over here. Now, I'm going to send my scout to hunt these wolves.
Ooh, okay.
Hunting a predator is about clearing the lands for you to be able to use, and I'm definitely going to want to build farms over here, with the rivers and Nefertiti's abilities.
100%.
Beyond that, when you hunt animals, you also can end up getting some early resources. And so you can see the little guys going in there, getting ready to hunt the wolves, the wolves running away. But the value of this is going to be that I'll send back furs, possibly food, maybe even feasts that could help boost my city's power. So
nice.
the next thing we're going to do is pick a technology.
Ooh, okay.
All right, so I'm going to let you pick, right?
Oh, Matt. Okay, here we go. I'm sitting straight. Let's hear it.
So we're in the ancient history era. Ara is broken into 12 eras across 3 acts. And so right now we have these very early beginning human technologies of being able to make bows, of being able to ferment food into wines and other beverages, being able to do animal husbandry, understand how to raise animals, turn them into meats. So what are you feeling? What are you aiming for? Knowing what you see around you here with the rivers, the water, but also some of those grains, what feels right?
Oh, I'm concerned you're setting me up that there's a specific choice here. Based on how
many good choices, many options.
Based on how I normally play these types of games, and knowing that as soon as possible I want to start rearing animals at a farm, I've already told you what I want to do here, and eventually going into, you know, maybe more scouts and armies and everything like that. I think animal husbandry, for me, is where I want to go. I'm not too fussed on the pottery. We'll get to nice mugs and plates a bit later, but for now, I want cows and I want sheep.
Let's do it. And then we should go and take a look, see if we can find some of those things with our scout here pretty soon.
I will say quickly, though, on that decision, as it's such an important one you make at the beginning, what's a good option for first-time players? Is it animal husbandry? Is that the route you would typically kind of recommend people go for?
Well, honestly, there are a lot of different things you can do. It depends on what your strategy is. You should really pay attention to who your leader is and what their powers are. So if I was playing Shaka Zulu and I was intending to meet my neighbors and go and try and conquer them right away, I might pick archery. But if I was playing as, again, Nefertiti, I might go for grain storage.
Because see, I knew you'd set me up. I went for the wrong one.
Or animal husbandry.
Because
either of those will involve farms that produce more harvest with her that help, especially if I have rivers near me.
Okay,
you know, but if I was on a coastal island, if I was playing on an archipelago, which I think I pronounced correctly.
I think it was good.
Close enough.
Yeah, that's what I would say.
I would maybe go for rope making, which can help you get early boats and those types of things.
Good, nice.
All right, so we still have our scout idol here. We're going to move them out into the wilds.
Yeah, let's expand the territory. We see the fog of war everywhere. You've discovered, what's that just down there with all the little pots and pans?
Oh, yeah. So these are basically the remnants of forgotten civilizations.
Nice.
They contain...
Stonehenge is just there, is it?
Yeah, just an older circle that was made by some nomadic society. And so eventually what will happen is I'll be able to pick those up with my scout. And as I do... we'll be able to discover some things, and those things will possibly help me. So right now, for example, this collected some furs and some statuary. And so now we're going to go ahead and take this stuff. Now, one of the big differentiators for Ara is that it's taken the complexity of a crafting system, but really stretched it out over 12 acts, over the entirety of human history. And so at any given time, you can build these things that you can use as amenities in your cities. For example, because I found some statuary, I can take those old statues, I can put them in my city, and for 10 turns, I'll have additional prosperity. And if I had any culture improvements, like say a library or more like a museum or something, or an artisan studio making those pots and pans,
there we go.
They would get a bonus as well from the being inspired by the beautiful statues. So I'm definitely going to equip that now, and you can see it's going to raise the quality of life of my citizens, and then I'm going to continue to build. Now, I'm also going to go ahead and money talks, right?
It does indeed, Matt.
Yeah, so you can always get more wealth, and if you get more wealth, you can use it a bunch of different ways.
Yeah.
One of the ways is you can rush production. I can throw money at the problem.
So you can prioritize things in the heat of battle if something's going on and you need it.
You need it, absolutely.
Ooh, okay.
Now, you might notice these cougars over here. Pumas, bearcats, all names for the same animal. But they are here. Mountain lions, that's another one.
There's another one, nice.
It's the animal with the most names. I don't know if you know that, but it actually is.
I never thought of it that way.
Weird, but it's true. So I can take them and hunt those, but I'm not gonna because they're a little more dangerous. It'll take me 2 hunts, and I'll be at danger 4, and I could really lose a lot of health. So, like we said, we're gonna go look for some friendly animals. Let's go find some sheeps. Let's go find something a little safer.
The thing I've also found quite interesting is you haven't met any other people yet, and you said this is a small map size.
Yeah,
right?
So even on a small map size, there are quite a number of regions. There's a lot to explore.
Pressure or instant sort of heat that someone's right next to you and you're fighting for resources.
Not necessarily.
Is that intentional?
There is a bit of an intention to give people a little bit of space at the beginning, but honestly, you can set the game up in so many ways. There's so many options with map generation. You can make a tiny map where everyone is clustered together. You can create it so there's very little land or only a single continent, all of these different things. So in this one, this is a map style that really benefits that. And if you zoom in here, you can see our farm.
Wow.
When you build improvements in Ara, they sort of expand to take the space you give them. So this is a farm that's been built out here. You see the little scarecrow.
Let's say how aesthetically it's just set that up. As someone who meticulously spends a lot of time in every game making things look nice, it's got little paths, it fits to the borders, it's lovely.
One of my favorite ways to honestly play is when I'm building a farm. The reason I chose this region is because I like big farms. I like them to stretch out, and I know I'm going to build a farm here with this grain.
Of course.
I want to make sort of a agrarian district along the coast here, so there'll be a bunch of beautiful coastal farms, and then over here will be like my city center. You can kind of play the game almost as a sandbox at the lower difficulty settings and really just build, the nation of your dreams.
And I suppose the most important question is, what's all this worth? What is the end of the game to conquer and wipe everyone off the map, or is it to have the most farms and to have killed the most cougars? I know you mentioned the singularity, but what is that point? What are you trying to do along the way?
It's a totally valid question. It's really good. To win an Ara History Untold, your goal is simply to become the most prestigious nation on the planet. You want to earn the most prestige. You want to be a nation that is known to the ends of time and that everybody will learn about and talk about all the way throughout history. So you can earn prestige many different ways. Everything you do has some form of an impact. For example, right now, most of the prestige I've earned is from the quality of life of my citizens. I've been providing them good goods. I've been farming, making sure they have enough food and everything. And because of that, I've been slowly earning prestige over time. When I was to create a religion, the more my religion spreads, the more I empower the religion by having more powers, which are called verses in the game, which give you new abilities. The more of those that I have, and the more that I can convert other nations to my religion, the more prestige I would gain from that. And you can do it through military, you can do it through commerce, and
I love the idea that there's someone making notes going, I'll give you a point for that. That was a good decision.
Yeah, you can have this prestige.
Yeah,
you can have this. You're a little bit more well known now. One of my favorite things about the prestige system is you can pivot over time. In the first act with Nefertiti, maybe I'll work really hard on spreading my religion, but then maybe in the middle eras, in the early medieval ages or something, I'll rush iron and rush into swordsmen and rush into knights and try to do some conquering. And then as I get into the third act, maybe I'll start producing masterpieces.
Oh, okay.
But you can do all of these things, and then you end up in this stack with the other societies. You can
so you can constantly see where you're stacking.
Absolutely. And you can understand how you're earning prestige and where it's coming from and how you maybe could be doing better. One of the other innovations...
Forgettable!
Very sad.
Oh my, if I ever find myself there, I think I would cry.
Well, you wouldn't have to cry for long because at the end...
I can boot up a new go and start again.
Always. But also at the end of every act, the forgettable nations are actually culled from the game. It is a unique feature in Ara that allows the game to sort of consolidate the world, make the super... So when you get to the third act in an 8-player game, for example, you'll have 4 players, the superpowers. They'll all be what's left, and everything else will have been kind of forgotten to history. In Act 2, we'll lose 2 nations, and then all of a sudden there'll be a rush on all of their incredible findings, all the ruins of their nations, all the stuff that was left behind, and people will be in that kind of age of exploration.
Wow, okay, I love that. So what I want to do now is a little birdie told me that you've actually prepped what an end version. Is it Act 3 we're jumping to? Is it Act 2? Where are we going to be checking out now?
All right, so we're going to go into a Act 3 save that was done where I was playing as Joan of Arc,
Fun.
Jeanne
okay,
d'Arc.
nice.
who is plays as one of the rulers of France in the game. In the game, they can have multiple rulers of different nations. So, you know, with launch, we're launching with Otto von Bismarck to rule Germany, of course, because we're here at Gamescom. But if you buy the deluxe or premium edition, you get the leader pack that includes Hildegard von Bingen, who plays completely differently. She's a very famous nun from the ancient German times, and she brings a totally different play style than Otto.
Oh, okay, interesting.
I've got one other thing to show you, and then we'll jump right to that, I
okay,
promise.
right. Ooh.
So, we've met a tribe.
This is, okay, an event, nice.
Yeah, so in tribes, when you meet these tribes, you find them out in the wild, and they are these small nations that are named after whatever the region is. So they're sort of inspired by real tribes, but there aren't any actual real individual tribes. They're just made up for that. And then inspired by real life, actual events in history. So in this case, there was a founding myth, and they attributed it to two different things, and they actually had this fight about what was their founding myth. So we've took narrative inspiration about that and created this one, where now they're asking you, should you do the Beastborn Prince myth for their society? What do you want to record in the annals of your great society?
Wow, okay.
Or the foreign prince myth? Or do you want to say, no, it wasn't either of those. Actually, it was a giant bird, and you're both wrong, and now you get more religion spread, but then you deteriorate the relationship. Here, this costs stone for you to be able to build out the prince myth and create the statues necessary. In this one, you need timber to be able to do the things in the woods to kind of show off what the myth would be. And in both cases, you get prestige, but it's about what you have to spend.
Yeah.
So what would you like to do? Do you like the Beast Prince myth, the Born Prince myth, or do you want to bring your own?
I'm writing my own book here.
You're doing it.
Tell him to go away. It's fine. I can see it has a detrimental relationship effect, but it's fine. This is my world, and they're living in it.
It is now. The Book of Charlieism is written. And
yes.
we have that, and unfortunately, that'll mean these tribal warriors might be mad at us. These guys might be a little bit bitter. Is their current diplomatic status?
That's fine. We'll deal with them later. It's all good. Right.
We don't have to deal with them because
Take me to the future.
We're going to go to another game. So this is in a bit of a war-torn world. It's in the information age, but some things have fallen behind a little bit because of the amount of war, and now it's kind of settled into sort of a firm Cold War state. But you'll see different prestige for the different rulers, and you'll also see a mix of different layers of industrial, of modern, as well as...
I cannot wait for this.
So you can see right here, there's a farm that's a little bit different, and we'll zoom out.
Whoa! That's so different. Look at that.
And that is the city of Paris. You can see the old city walls that were built up in medieval times are still there because you wouldn't see those knocked down in real life. You can see different buildings and improvements. If I zoom out further, you see the world's been much more explored. And
Ho praticamente voluto far vedere sia dagli inizi e poi gli sviluppi andando avanti, come sarebbe venuto fuori questo ARA del gioco. In maniere molto più semplici di tutto quello che hanno detto loro.
You know, that airplane view if you were flying over it. Over here we have one of our great triumphs. Triumphs take up an entire region and build housing around them. This is the amphitheater of El Jem in Tunisia. It is this incredible coliseum that was built by the Romans in the ancient times that provides a lot of different benefits to your society.
It's glowing as well.
Oh yeah, our triumphs, we always throw a little bit of a sheen on them, a little bit of magic.
Gorgeous.
And then if we move around, you can see there's some horse track there providing some value.
The way, how close you can get down with a camera, I'm in
absolutely.
absolute awe. Oh my goodness me.
This would be what a wheat farm would look like in this era as
Anche
well.
come
So the different
l'agricoltura
crops also have
l'hanno
different appearance as well. This
sviluppata,
is
cioè non hanno solo
a stone pit that's
pensato
currently producing iron.
allo
This is
stato
sort of an
della
industrial
città,
mine, and you can see the industrial
Sì,
figures
ma hanno
there.
anche
And then you can always
pensato
go into your
come
nested tooltips and say, okay, iron, what do I
all'interno
use
del
iron
grano.
for? Oh, I know, I use it to craft telescopes or steel. What do I use steel for? I need steel for a lot of things. I'm going to be using that steel to make
a toilet.
Metal pots, indoor toiletry, different things that I can use as amenities that I can use to craft other buildings. For example, I need these machine parts to be able to make a large particle collider. Or I would need these machine parts if I wanted to craft the SRS 8000, which is one of the world's largest excavators that was ever built.
I want one of them, please.
Yeah, you know, just one of those.
God, there's just no point where you're not informed of the decisions you're making, and you can really take time with it because, you know, as soon as you're done, absolutely. And you can delete the bits and pieces along the way and make it good.
Yeah, and you can see the borders here with the German state where we had originally had some wars. You can see the city of RJ still has some military units in there. It also has some interesting things. There's a triumph here. I think we have the Statue of Liberty. We have a lighthouse there leading our ships into shore. There's just a lot going on everywhere you look.
There
you can
really
zoom in and
is.
see. And now, it looks complex because it is. This is a core game for core gamers, for strategy gamers. It's a love letter to them. But we've tried to create a lot of things like those nested tooltips, and of course the Encarta, we brought it back, that show you all of the different ways to play, all the different supplies in the game, the people you can find, everything else. So.
Oh, that's so good. And it feels like a juxtaposition to say it, looking at the screen we're looking at here, but this demo only shows a small fraction of the game, right?
We have barely touched upon
Are there any other elements that you want to very briefly talk about now before everyone dives in?
I'll just show you this little airplane.
Yeah, okay. There it is.
As the world continues, as it grows, there are all those details. You remember those wolves we saw in the ancient era? Now it's replaced by ATVs and airplanes and hot air balloons.
The natural evolution of a wolf to an airplane.
Yeah, that's how they grew, I think. And and then dinosaurs came after that, right? It was wolf, airplane, and then Tyranids.
And Tyranids, yes.
I love those whittle Tyranids.
Oh, amazing. Matt, I can't thank you enough. This game is firmly on my download queue. I cannot wait to check it out, and I love that you've come here to talk to me about it. Have you had a nice time?
I've had an incredible time talking with you. I love talking with people who love this genre, and I've had so much of an opportunity to do that at Gamescom. I'm going to continue to do it all through the weekend. I'm going to be in the booth and talking to all the fans and the players, and I can't wait for it to come out on September 24th. You can pre-order it now. You can wishlist it. It's day one in PC Game Pass, of course.
Amazing. Another check. Good job. Thank you, Matt. Wonderful. Well, thanks so much once again. You can get your hands, just as he said, on September 24th on PC Game Pass. But we're nearly ready to wrap things up. I'm going to show you one more trailer from the show. It's a sequel of epic side-scrolling proportions. This is Tales of Iron 2.
Ciao, vediamo questo gioco per concludere il tutto. Ah, lo so. Per esempio per Radio Piccolo.
An ancient evil from a forgotten time, a forgotten place. The winged devils. They feast without fill. Kill without reason, and will not stop until the world burns in blood. Fight fire with fire, they say, but one rat can brave the blaze. Wield the flame with a bloodlust even greater than their own. Tales of Iron 2, Whiskers of
Beh,
Winter.
ottobre 2015.
С нами вместе в космос.